Chapter 3, Part 2. January 24th. A bright, still sunrise, promising heat, and before breakfast the ship's ironwork was too hot to touch. The novelty of this Madeira is already beginning to merge into the yellow of the river, the blue of the sky, and the green of the jungle, but with the occasional variation of low, rosy cliffs. The average width of the river may be less than a quarter of a mile. It is loaded with floating timber, launched upon it by terrasquitas, landslides caused by the rains, which carry away sections of the forest, each large enough to furnish an English park with trees. Sometimes we see a bight in the bank where such a collapse has only recently occurred, the wreckage of trees being still fresh. Many of the trees which charge down on the current are of great bulk, with half their table-like base high out of the water. Occasionally rafts of them appear, locked with creepers, and bearing flourishing gardens of weeds. This character gives the river its Portuguese name, River of Wood. The Indians know the Madeira as the Caari, White River. Its course today serpentines so freely that at times we steer almost east, and then again go west. Our general direction is southwest. At 8 this morning, after some anxious moments, when the river was dangerous with reefs, we passed the village of Borba, 140 miles from Serpa. Here there is a considerable clearing, with keen browsing over a hummocky sward that is well above the river on an occurrence of the red clay. This release of the eyes was a smooth and grateful experience after the enclosing walls. Some steps dug in the face of the low cliff led to the white houses, all roofed with red tiles. The village faced the river. From each house ascended the leisurely smoke of early morning. The church was in the midst of the houses, its bell conspicuous with verdigris. 2 men stood to watch us pass. It was a pleasant assurance to have, those roofs and steeple rising actually into the height of the sky. The dominant forest in which we were sunk was here definitely put down by our fellow men. We were beyond Borba, and its Parana and island just above it, before the pilot had finished telling us, where we watched from the Capella's bridge, that Borba was a settlement which had suffered much from attacks of the Araras Indians. The river took a sharp turn to the east and again went west. Islands were numerous. These islands are lancet-shaped and lie along the banks, separated by side channels, their Paranas, from the land. The smaller river craft often take a Parana instead of the main stream to avoid the rush of the current. The whole region seems lifeless. There is never a flower to be seen, and rarely a bird. Sometimes, though, we disturb the snowy heron. On one sandy island, passed during the afternoon, and called appropriately Ilho do Jacare, we saw 2 alligators. Otherwise, we have the silent river to ourselves, though I am forgetting the butterflies, and the constant arrival aboard of new winged shapes, which are sometimes so large and grotesque that one is uncertain about their aggressive qualities. As we idle on the poop, we keep by us 2 insect nets and a killing bottle. The doctor is making a collection, and I am supposed to assist. When I came on deck the morning of our arrival in the Brazils, it was not the orange sunrise behind a forest which was topped by a black design of palm fronds, nor the warm odor of the place, nor the height and intensity of the vegetation, which was most remarkable to me, a newcomer from the restricted north. It was a butterfly which flickered across our steamer like a colored flame. No other experience put England so remote. A superb butterfly, too bright and quick to be anything but an escape from paradise, will stay its dancing flight, as though with intelligent surprise at our presence, hover as if puzzled, and swoop to inspect us, alighting on some such incongruous piece of our furniture as a coil of rope, or the cook's refuse pail, pulsing its wings there, plainly nothing to do with us, the prismatic image of joy. Out always rushed some of our men at it, as though the sight of it had maddened them, as would a revelation of accessible riches. It moves only at the last moment, abruptly and insolently. They are left to gape at its mocking retreat. It goes in erratic flashes to the wall of trees, and then soars over the parapet. Hope at large. Then there are the other things, which, so far as most of us know, have no names, though a sailor, wringing his hands in anguish, is usually ready with a name. Today we had such a visitor. He looked a fellow the doctor might require, so I marked him down when he settled near a hatch on the afterdeck. He was a bee the size of a walnut, and habited in dark blue velvet. In this land it is wise to assume that everything bites or stings, and that when a creature looks dead it is only carefully watching you. I clapped the net over that fellow, and instantly he appeared most dead. Knowing he was but shamming, and that he would give me no assistance, I stood wondering what I could do next. Then the cook came along. The cook saw the situation, laughed at my timidity with tropical forms, went down on his knees, and caught my prisoner. The cook raised a piercing cry. On the bridge I saw them leveling their glasses at us, and some engineers came to their cabin doors to see us where we stood on the lonely deck, the cook and the purser, in a tableau of poignant tragedy. The cook walked round and round, nursing his suffering member, and I did not catch all he said, for I know very little Dutch, but the spirit of it was familiar, and his thumb was bleeding badly. The bee had resumed death again. The state of the cook's thumb was a surprise till the surgeon exhibited the bee's weapons, and it became clear that thumbs, especially when Dutch and rosy like our cook's, afforded the right medium for an artist who worked with such mandibles and a tail that was a stiletto. In England the forms of insect life soon became familiar. There is the housefly, the lesser cabbage-white butterfly, and one or two other little things. In the Brazils, though the great host of forms is surprising enough, it is the variety in that host which is more surprising still. Any bright day on the Capella you may walk the length of the ship, carrying a net and a collecting bottle, and fill the bottle, butterflies, cockroaches, and bugs not admitted, and perhaps have not 3 of a species. The men frequently bring us something buzzing in a hat, though accidents do happen halfway to where the doctor is sitting, and the specimen is mangled in a frenzy. A hornet came to us that way. He was in violet armor, as hard as a crab, was still stabbing the air with his long needle, and working on a fragment of hat he held in his jaws. But such knights in mail are really harmless, for after all they need not be interfered with. It is the insignificant little fellows whose object in life it is to interfere with us which really make the difference. So far on the river we have not met the famous pium fly, but the motueka fly is a nuisance during the afternoon sleep. It is nearly of the size and appearance of a bluebottle fly, but its wings, having black tips, look as though their ends are cut off. The motuekas, while we slept, would alight on the wrists and ankles, and where each had fed there would be a wound from which the blood steadily trickled. The mosquitoes do not trouble us till sundown, but one morning in my cabin I was interested in the hovering of what I thought was a small, leggy spider, which, because of its coloration of black and gray bands, was evasive to the sight as it drifted about on its invisible thread. At last I caught it, and found it was a new mosquito. In pursuing it I found a number of them in the cabin. When I exhibited the insect to the surgeon, he did not well disguise his concern. "Say nothing about it," he said, "but this is the yellow fever brute." So our interest in our new life is kept alert and bright. The solid teak doors of our cabin are now permanently fixed back. Shutting them would mean suffocation, but as the cabins must be closed before sundown to keep out the clouds of gnats, the carpenter has made wooden frames covered with copper gauze to fit the door openings at night, and rounds of gauze to cap the open ports, and with a damp cloth and some careful hunting each morning, one is able to keep down the mosquitoes which have managed to find entry during the night, and have retired at sunrise to rest in dark corners. For our care notwithstanding, the insects do find their way in to assault our lighted lamps. The chief, partly because as an old sailor he is a fatalist, and partly because he thinks his massive body must be invulnerable, and partly because he has a contempt anyway for protecting himself, each morning has a new collection of curios, alive and dead, littered about his room. I do not wonder Bates remained in this land so long. It is Elysium for the entomologist. One of the live creatures found in his room the chief retains and cherishes, and hopes to tame, though the object does not yet answer to his name of Edwin. This creature is a green mantis or praying insect, about 4 inches long, which the chief came upon where it rested on the copper gauze of his door cover, holding a fly in its hands, and eating it as one would an apple. This mantis is an entertaining freak, and can easily keep an audience watching it for an hour if the day is dull. Edwin, in color and form, is as fresh, fragile, and translucent as a leaf in spring. He has a long, thin neck, the stalk to his wings, as it were, which is quite a third of his length. He has a calm human face with a pointed chin at the end of his neck. He turns his face to gaze at you without moving his body, just as a man looks backwards over his shoulder. This uncanny mimicry makes the chief shake with mirth. Then, if you alarm Edwin, he springs round to face you, frilling his wings abroad, standing up and sparring with his long arms, which have hooks at their ends. At other times he will remain still, with his hands clasped up before his face, as though in earnest devotion for a trying period. If a fly alights near him, he turns his face that way and regards it attentively. Then sluggishly he approaches it for closer scrutiny. Having satisfied himself it is a good fly, without warning his arms shoot out, and that fly is hopelessly caught in the hooked hands. He eats it, I repeat, as you do apples, and the authentic mouthfuls of fly can be seen passing down his glassy neck. Edwin is fragile as a new leaf in form, and has the same delicate color, and has fascinating ways. But somehow he gives an observer the uncomfortable thought that the means to existence on this earth, though intricately and wonderfully devised, might have been managed differently. Edwin, who seems but a pretty fragment of vegetation, is what we call a lie. His very existence rests on the fact that he is a diabolical lie. Gossamers in the rigging today led the captain to prophesy a storm before night. Clouds of an indigo darkness, of immense bulk, and motionless, reduced the sunset to mere runnels of opaline light, about the bases of dark mountains inverted in the heavens. There was a rapid fall of temperature, but no rain. Our world, and we in its center on the Capella, waited for the storm in an expectant hush. Night fell while we waited. The smooth river again deepened into the nadir of the last of day, and the forest about us changed to material ramparts of cobalt. The pilot made preparations to anchor. The engine bell rang to stand by, a summons of familiar urgency, but with a new and alarming note when heard in a place like that. A little later the bell clanged rapidly again, and the pulse of our steamer ceased. We could hear the water uncoiling along our plates. The forest itself approached us, came perilously near. The skipper's voice cried abruptly, "Let's go!" and at once the virgin silence was demolished by the uproar of our cable. The Capella throbbed violently. She literally undulated in the drag of the current. We still drifted slowly downstream. The second anchor was dropped and held us. The silence closed in on us instantly. Far in the forest somewhere, while we were whispering to each other in the quiet, a tree fell with a deep, significant boom. January 25th. We had been under way for more than an hour when my eyes opened on the illuminated panorama of leaves and boughs unfolding past the door of my cabin. The cicadas were grinding their scissors loudly in the trees alongside. I spent much of this day on the bridge, where I liked to be, watching the pilot at work. The skipper was there, and in a cantankerous mood. The pilot wants us to make a chart of the river. He has given the captain and me a long list of islands, piranhas, tributaries, villages, and sitios. Every map in reference to the river we have on board is valueless. A map of the river indicates many settlements with beautiful names, and at each point when we arrive, nothing but the forest shows. How the cartographers arrived at such results is a mystery. The river, which their generous imaginings have seen as a tortuous bow of the Amazon, laden with villages which they indicate on their maps with marks like little round fruits, is almost barren. Every day we pass small sitios or clearings. Maybe the map makers mean such places as those. Yet each clearing is but a brief security, a raft of land, the size of the garden of an English villa, lonely in an ocean of deep leaves, where a rubber man has built himself a timber house and some huts for his serfs. It will have a jetty and a huddle of canoes, and usually a few children on the bank watching us. We salute that place with our siren as we pass, and sometimes the kiddies spring for home then, as though we were shooting at them. Or we see a little embowered shack with a pile of fuel logs beside it, and a crude name board, where the river boats replenish when traversing the stream during the season for rubber. Our pilots have much to say of these stations, and of all the rubber men on the river and their wealth. But away with their rubber! I am tired of it, and will keep it out of this book if I can, for it is blasphemous that in such a potentially opulent land the juice of one of its wild trees should be dwelt upon, as it is in the states of Amazonas and in Para, as though it were the sole act of Providence. The Brazilians can see nothing here but rubber. The generative qualities of this land, through fierce sun and warm showers, for rarely a day passes without rain, whatever the season, a land of constant high summer with a free fecundity which has buried the earth everywhere under a wild growth nearly 200 feet deep, is insignificant to them. They see nothing in it at all but the damnable commodity which is its ruin. Para is mainly rubber, and Manaus. The Amazon is rubber, and most of its tributaries. The Madeira, particularly, is rubber. The whole system of communication, which covers 34,000 miles of navigable waters nourishing a humus which literally stirs beneath your feet with the movements of spores and seeds, that system would collapse but for the rubber. The passengers on the river boats are rubber men, and the cargoes are rubber. There are no manufactures, no agriculture, no fisheries, no sawmills, in a region which could feed, clothe, and shelter the population of a continent. There was a book by a Brazilian I saw at Para, recently published, and called The Green Hell, Inferno Verde. On its cover was the picture of a nude Indian woman, symbolical of Amazonas, and from wounds in her body, her blood was draining into the little tin cups which the rubber collector uses against the incisions on the rubber tree. From what I heard of the subject, and I heard much, that picture was a little overdrawn. I begin to think the usual commercial mind is the most dull, wasteful, and ignorant of all the sad wonders in the pageant of humanity. It is only on the Capella's bridge that you feel the stagnant air which is upset by the steamer's progress. There it spills over us, heavy with the scent of the layerage on the foredeck. The bridge is a narrow, elevated outlook, full in the sun's eye, where I can get a view of the complete ship as she serpentines in her narrow way. On the port side of it the skipper has a seat, and there now he sits all day, gazing moodily ahead. The dapper little pilot stands centrally, throwing brief commands over his shoulder into the open window of the wheelhouse, where a sailor, gravely chewing tobacco, his hands on the wheel, is as rapt as though in a trance. I think the pilot finds his way by divination. The depth of the river is most variable. In the dry season I hear the stream becomes but a chain of pools connected by threads which may be no more than 18 inches deep, the rest of its bed being dry mud cross-hatched by sun cracks. The rains in far Bolivia, overflowing the swamps there, during some months of the year increase the depth of the Madeira by 45 feet. The local rainy season would make hardly any difference to it. The river is fed from reservoirs which stretch beneath the Andes. There is rarely anything to show why, for a spell, the pilot should take us straight ahead in midstream, and then again tack to and fro across, sometimes brushing the foliage with our shrouds. I have plucked a bunch of leaves in an unexpected swoop inshore, and the big timber comes down afloat to meet us in a never-ending procession. There are the propeller blades to be thought of. I see now and then the swirls which betray rocks in hiding, and when dodging those dangerous places the screw disturbs the mud and the stinks. But the pilot takes us round and about, we with our 300 feet of length and 23 feet draught, as a man would steer a motor car. To aid it, our rudder has had fixed to it a false wooden length. The Capella is a very good girl, as responsive to the pilot's words as though she knew that he alone can save her. She stems this powerful current at but 4 knots, and sometimes we come to places where, if she hesitated for but 2 seconds, we would be put athwart stream to close the channel. And what would happen to us with nothing but unexplored malarial forests each side of us is not useful to brood on. Occasionally the pilot, grasping the top of the Dodger, stares beyond us fixedly to where the refracted sunshine is blinding between the green cliffs, and gives quick and numerous orders to the wheelhouse without turning his head. The skipper gets up to watch. The Capella makes surprising swerves. The pilot nervously taps the boards with his foot. Then he says something quietly, relaxes, and comes to us blithely, the funny dog with a nonsense story, and the skipper sinks couchant again. Once more I watch the front of the jungle for what may show there. Seldom there is anything new which shows. It is rare, even when close alongside, that one can trace the shape of a leaf. There are but the conspicuous gray nests of ants and wasps. Yet several times today I saw trees in blossom, domes of lilac in the green forest roof. Again, today we put up a flight of hundreds of ducks, and another instant was a black-water stream, the Rio Matua, the line of demarcation between the Madeira's yellow flood and its dark tributary being distinct. January 26th. The forest is lower and more open, and the Pau mulatto is more numerous. We saw the important village of Manicore today, and Uncas, a little place within a portico of the woods which was veiled in grey smoke, for they were coagulating rubber there. For a while before sunset the sky was scenic with great clouds, and glowing with the usual bright colors. The wilderness was transformed. Each evening we seemed to anchor in a region different, in nature and appearance, under these extraordinary sunset skies, from the country we have been travelling since daylight. Transfiguration to eventime we know in England. Yet sunset there but exalts our homeland, till it seems more intimately ours than ever, as though then came a luminous revelation of its rare intrinsic goodness. We see, for some brief moments, its aura. But this tropical jungle, at dayfall, is not the earth we know. It is a celestial vision beyond physical attaining, beyond knowledge. It is ulterior, glorious, transient, fading before our surprise and wonder fade. We of the Capella are its only witnesses, except those pale ghosts, the egrets about the dim aqueous base of the forest. Darkness comes quickly, the swoop and overspread of black wings, the stopping of the ship's heart, because the pulsations of her body have had unconscious response in yours, as by an incorporeal ligament. At a moment there is a strange quiet, in which you begin to hear the whisper of inanimate things. A log glides past, making faint labial sounds. You are suddenly released from prison, and float lightly in an ether impalpable to the coarse sounds and movements of earth, but which is yet sensitive to the most delicate contact of your thoughts and emotions. The whispering of your fellows is but the rustling of their thoughts in an illimitable and inviolate silence. Then, almost imperceptibly, the frogs begin their night-long din. The crickets and cicadas join. Between the varying pitch of their voices come other nocturnes in monotones from creatures unknown to complete the gamut. There are notes so profound but constant that they are a mere impression of obscurity to the hearing, as when one peers listening into an abysm in which no bottom is seen, and others are stridulations so attenuated that they shrill beyond reach. A few frogs begin it. There are ululations, wells of mellow sound bubbling to overflow in the dark, and they multiply and unite till the quality of the sound, subdued and pleasant at first, is quite changed. It becomes monstrous. The night trembles in the powerful beat of a rhythmic clangor. One cannot think of frogs hearing that metallic din. At one time, soon after it begins, the chorus seems the far hubbub, mingled and leveled by distance, of a multitude of people running and disputing in a place where we who are listening know that no people are. The noise comes nearer and louder till it is palpitating around us. It might be the life of the forest, immobile and silent all day, now released and beating upwards in deafening paroxysms. Alongside the engine-room casing amidships, the engineers have fixed an open-air mess table, with a hurricane lamp in its midst, having but a brief halo of light which hardly distinguishes the pickle jar from the marmalade pot. A haze of mosquitoes quivers round the light. The air is hot and hazy, and the engineers sit about limply in trousers and shirts, the latter open and showing bosoms as various as faces. The men cheer themselves with comical plaints about the heat, the food, the Brazils, and make sudden dabs at bare flesh when the insects bite them. The chief rallies his boys as would a cheery dad. Sandy, though, is nearly his own age, but still much of a lad, quietly despondent. And the chief heartily insists on food, like it or lump it. I go forward to the captain's tea table on the poop deck, where we have 2 hurricane lamps, and where the figures of us round the table, in that dismal glim, are the thin phantoms of men. The lamps have been lighted only that moment, and as we take our seats, the insects come. Just as sharply as though something derisive and invisible were throwing them at us, big mole crickets bounce onto our plates. A cicada, though I was then unaware of his identity, a monstrous fly which looked as large as a rat, and with a head like a lantern, alighted before me on the cloth, and remained still. Picking it up tentatively, it sprang a startling police rattle between my finger and thumb, and the other chaps shouted their merriment. The steward places a cup of tea before each of us, and in an interval of the talk, the skipper announces a smell of paraffin in his cup. We experiment with ours and gravely confirm. The surgeon, bending close to the light with his cup, the deep characteristics of his face strongly accentuated, he seems but a bodiless head in the dark, says he detects globules of fat. The skipper crudely outlines this horror to the steward, who makes an inaudible reply in German and disappears down the companion. We get a new and instant brew. There is hash for us. There is our familiar, the pickled beef. There are saucers of brown onions. There are saucers of jam and butter. Tonight the steward has baked some cakes, and their grateful smell and crisp brown rugged surface, studded with plums, determine in my mind a resolution to eat 4 of them, if I can get them without open shame. I assert that our skipper has a counting eye for the special dishes, though you may eat all the hash you want. Damn his hash! The bread is sour. I want cakes. After tea, the pilots get into their hammocks and under the curtains, out of the way of the mosquitoes. We know where they are because of the red ends of their cigarettes. We sit around anywhere, the skipper, the chief, the doctor, and the purser. There is little to be said. We talk of the mosquitoes in ejaculations, for the little wretches quite easily penetrate linen and can manage even worsted socks. Occasionally flying insects bump into the tin lamp placed above us on the ice chest. No, there is no ice. Thin divergent arrows of light, the fireflies, lace the Chapter 3, Part 3. January 27th. This has been a day of anxious navigation, for the river has had frequent reefs. We remain in a stagnant chasm of trees. The surgeon and I, accompanied by a swarm of flies, went forward into the cattle stew this morning to see how the beasts fared. The patient brutes were suffering badly, and some quite plainly were dying. The change from the lush green stuff of the Itacotiara swamps to the compressed American hay put under their noses on an iron deck, and the stifling heat under partial awnings had ruined them. Some stood, heads down, legs straddled, too indifferent to disperse the loathly clouds of parasites. Most were plagued by ticks, which had the tenacity and appearance of iron bolt-heads. But the little black cow, the rebel, blared at us, bound and suffering as she was. Vive la Revolution! We drove the flies from her hide, and she tried to kick us, the darling. We found a steer with his shoulder out of joint, lying inert in the sun, indifferent to further outrage. That had to be seen to, and we told the skipper, who ordered it to be killed. We wanted some fresh meat badly, he added. The boatswain explained that he knew the business, and he brought a long knife, and quite calmly thrust it into the front of the prone creature, and seemed to be trying to find its heart. Nothing happened except a little blood and some convulsive movements. Another sailor produced a short knife and a hammer, and tapped away behind the horns as though he were a mason, and this were stone. The frowning surgeon supposed the fellow was trying to sever the vertebrae. I don't know. Yet another fellow jumped on its abdomen. At last it died. I put down merely what happened. No two voyages are alike, and as this episode came into mine, here it is to be worked in with the sunsets and things. There was some cheerful talk at the prospect of the first fresh meat since England, and later, passing the cook's galley, I saw an iron bin, and lifted its cover to see what was there. And there was, as I judged there would be, liver for tea that evening. But I learned that though I am a carnivore, yet I have not the pluck to be a vulture. The next day, we passed the Cidade de Humaita, the chief town on the Madeira. Actually, it was of the size of an unimportant home village. There was nothing there to support the pilot's sonorous title of Cidade. For some reason, we were visited today by an extraordinary number of butterflies. One specimen was of an olive green, barred with black. Another had wings of a bluish-gray, striped with vermilion. Helicons came, and once a morpho, the latter a great rarity away from the interior of the woods. At 4 p.m, the sky grew ominous. We had just time to notice the trees astern suddenly convulsed, writhing where they stood, and the storm sprang at us, roaring, ripping away awnings and loose gear. The noise in the forest around us was that of cataclysm. The rain was an obscurity of falling water, and the trees turned to shadows in a gray fog. The ship became full of waterspouts, large streams and jets curving away from every prominence. This lasted for but 20 minutes, but the impending clouds remained to hasten night, when we were in a place which, more than anything I have seen, was the world before the coming of man. The river had broadened and shallowed. The forest enclosed us. There were islands, and the rank growth of swamps. We could see, through breaks in the Agapo, extensive lagoons beyond, with the high jungle brooding over empty silver areas. Herons, storks, and egrets were white and still about the tangle of aqueous roots. It was all as silent and other-world as a picture. January 29th. When shouting awakened me this morning, I saw the chief hurry by my cabin, half-dressed and looking very anxious. By the almost stationary foliage, I could see the ship had merely way on her. Out I jumped. On the forecastle head a crowd was gathered, peering overside. A large tree was balanced accurately athwart our stem and refused to move. What worried the staff was that it would, when free, sidle along our plates till it fouled the propeller. The propeller had to be kept moving, for the river was narrow and its current unusually rapid. There the log obstinately remained for most of an hour, but suddenly made up its mind and went, clearing the stern by inches. After that, the engines were driven full, for the pilot hoped to get us to Porto Velho by nightfall. In the late afternoon, when passing the Rio Homari, the clouds again banked astern, bringing night before its time, and another violent storm compelled an early anchorage. The forest was remarkably quiet after the tumult of the squall, and the Capella had been put over to the left bank, when close to us on the opposite shore there was a landslip. We saw a section of the jungle wall sway, as though that part was taken by a local tempest, and then the green cliff and its supports fell bodily into the river, raising thunderous submarine explosions. Such landslides, terras quijadas, can be rarely foreseen, and are a grave danger to craft when they come close in to rest at night. Today we passed a small raft drifting down. A hut was erected in its middle, and we saw 2 men within. January 30th. Talk enough there has been of a place called Porto Velho, a name I heard first when I signed the articles of the Capella at Swansea, and of what would happen to us when we arrived. But I am looking upon it all as a strange myth. There has been time to prove those superstitions of Porto Velho. And what has happened? There was a month we had of the vacant sea, and one day we came upon a low coast where palms grew. There has been a month which has striped the vacant mind in 3 colors, constant but in relative position, but without form: yellow floor, green walls, and a blue ceiling. Plainly we have got beyond all the works of man now. We have intrigued an ocean steamer thousands of miles along the devious waterways of an uninhabited continental jungle, and now she must be near the middle of the puzzle, with voiceless regions of unexplored forest, reeking under the equatorial sun at every point of the compass. The more we advance up the Amazon and Madeira rivers, the less the likelihood, it seems to me, of getting to any place where our ship and cargo could be required. We shall steam and steam till the river shallows, the forest closes in, and we are trapped. Yet the Madeira looks now much the same as when we entered it, still as broad and deep. I was thinking this morning we might go on so forever, that this adventure was all of the casual improbabilities of a dream was in my mind when, smoking the after-breakfast pipe on the bridge, we turned a corner sharply, and there was the end of the passage within a mile of us. Porto Velho at last. The forest on the port side ahead was uplifted on an unusually high cliff of the red rock. Beyond that cliff was a considerable clearing, with many buildings of a character different from any we had seen in the country. At the end of the clearing the forest began again, unconquered still, standing across our course as a high barrier. For leaving Porto Velho, the river turned west almost at a right angle and vanished, as though now it were done with us. We had arrived. A rough pier was being thrown out on palm bowls to receive us, but it was not ready. We anchored in 5 fathoms, about 30 yards from the shore, and in the quiet which came with the stop of the ship's life, we all waited for the next thing, all hands lining the Capella's side, surveying this place of which we had heard so much. Plainly, this was not the usual village. Many acres of trees had been newly cleared, leaving a great bay in the woods. The earth was still raw from a recent attack on what had been inviolate from time's beginning. Trenches, new red gashes, scoured it, and holes were gouged in the hillside. You could think man had attacked the forest here in a fury, but had spent his force on one small spot, as though he had struck one wound again and again. The fight was over. The footing had been won, a base perhaps for further campaigns, because wooden emergency houses, sheds, and barracks had been built. The assailant evidently had made up his mind to settle on his advantage, though he was tolerating a little quickly rebellious scrub. Just then he was resting, as if the whole affair had been over but 5 minutes before we came, and now the conqueror was sleeping on his first success. Completely round the conquering space, the jungle stood indifferently regarding the trifle of ground it had lost. The jungle on the near opposite shore rose straight and uninterrupted from the river, the front rank, lost each way in distance, of an innumerable army. At the upper end of the clearing, the jungle began again on our side, and turned to run across our bows, the complement of the host across the water, and both ranks continued upstream, dark and indeterminate lines converging, till 3 miles away, a delicate flickering of light, a mere dimmer, faint but constant, bridged the two walls. No doubt that delicate light would be the San Antonio Cataracts, the first of the 19 rapids of the Madeira. Portobello behaved as though we were not there. A pitiless sun flamed over that deep red wound in the forest, and they who had made it were in their shelters, resting out of sight after such a recent riot of exertion. Nothing was being done then. 2 or 3 white men stood on the dismantled foreshore, placidly regarding us. We might have been something they were not quite sure was there, a possibility not sufficiently interesting for them to verify. There was a hint of mockery, after all our anxiety and travail, in this quiet disregard. Had we arrived too late to help, and so were not wanted? I confess I should not have been surprised to have heard suppressed laughter, some light hilarity from the unseen, at us innocently puzzling what was to happen next. There was a violent scream in the forest near our bows, and we turned wondering to that green wall. A locomotive ran out from the base of the trees, still screaming. In a little while a man left a house, striding down over the debris to the foreshore, and some half-breeds brought him in a canoe to the Capella. He was a tall youngster, an American, and his slow body itself was but a thin, sallow drawl. Only his eyes were alert, and they darted at ours in quick scrutiny. His solemn occupying assurance and accent precipitated reality. He was a doctor, and he ordered us to be mustered on deck for inspection for yellow fever. We were passed, and then this doctor went below to the saloon, distributing his long limbs and body over several chairs and part of the table, and began with lazy words and gestures to give us a place in the scene. We learned we should stay as we were till the pier was finished, and that the railway was actually in being for a short distance. He said something about Portobello being hell. He left us. We sat about on deck furniture and waited on the unknown gods of the land to see what they would send us. All day in the clearing, figures moved about on some mysterious business, but seldom looked at us. We had nothing to do but watch the raft of timber and flotsam expand about our hawsers, a matter of some concern to us, for the current ran at 6 knots. Our brief sense of contact got from the medical inspection had gone by night. Reality contracted, closing in upon the Capella with rapidly diminishing radii as the light went, till we had lost everything but our steamer. Into the saloon, where some of us sat listening in sympathy to the skipper's growls that night, burst our cook, disrespectful and tousled, saying he had seen a canoe, which bore a light, overturn in the river. There was a stampede. We each seized a lantern and leaned overside with it, with that fatuous eagerness to help which makes a man strike matches when looking for one who is lost on the moor. Ghostly logs came floating noiselessly out of darkness into the brief domain of our lanterns, and faded into night again. From somewhere in the collection of driftwood beyond our bows, we thought we heard an occasional cry, though that might have been the noise of water sucking through the rubbish, or the creaking of timbers. Our chief mate got out a small boat and vanished, and we were already growing anxious for him when his luminous grin reappeared, below the range of my lantern, and with him came the ponderous figure of a man. The latter, deft and agile, came up the rope ladder, and stepped aboard with innocent inconsequence, shaking my sense of the gravity of the affair, for this steaming object, lifted from the grip of the bony one just in time, was chuckling. "Say," said this big ruddy man to our gaping crowd, "I met a Negro ashore with a letter for the captain of this packet. Said he didn't know how to get. So I brought it, but a tree overturned the canoe. I came up under the timber jam all right, but it took me quite a piece to get my head through." In the saloon, with a pool of water spreading round him, while we got him some dry clothes, he produced this pulpy letter. "Dear Captain," it ran, "I'm as dry as hell. Have you brought drinks in the ship?" The bland indifference of Portobello to the Capella, which had done so much to get there, the locomotive which ran screaming out of those woods, where, till then, was the same unbroken front, which from Parrott inwards had surrendered nothing, the inconsequential doctor who carefully examined us for what we had not got, the ruddy man who rose to us streaming out of the deeps, as though that were his usual approach, bearing another stranger's unreasonable letter complaining of thirst, were most puzzling. I even felt some anxiety and suspicion. What, then, were all the other incidents of our difficult 6,000-mile voyage? What was this place to which we had come on urgent business, long and carefully deliberated, where men merely looked at the whites of our eyes, or changed wet clothes in the saloon, or lightly referred to hell? They all did that, as if hell were an unremarkable feature of their day. Were all these unrelated shadows and movements but part of a long and witless jest? The point of it I could not see. Was there any point to it, or did casual episodes appear at unexpected places till they came, just as unexpectedly, to an empty end? The man the mate had rescued sat at the saloon table opposite me, leaning a yard-wide chest, which was almost bare, on the red baize, his bulging arms resting before him, and his hairy paws easily clasped. I thought that perhaps this imperturbable being, who could come with easy assurance, his bright friendly eyes merely amused, his large firm mouth merely mocking, and his face heated, from a desperate affair in which his life nearly went, to announce to strangers, "Boys, I'm Old Man Jim," must have had the point of the joke revealed to him long since, and so now had no respect for its setting, and could have no care and understanding of my anxious innocence. He sat there for hours in quiet discourse. I listened to him with my ears only, his words jostling my thoughts, as one would puzzle over and listen to a superior being which had unbent to be intimate, but was outside our experience. I heard he had been at this place since 1907. He began the work here. Portobello did not then exist. Off where we were anchored, the jungle rose. He had his young son with him, a cousin, and 2 Negroes, and he began the railway. Inside the trees, he said, they could not see 3 yards, but down it all had to come. There is a small stingless bee here, which Old Man Jim called the sweat bee. It alights in swarms on the face and hands, and prefers death to being dislodged from its enjoyment. The heat, these bees, the ants, the pium flies, the mosquitoes, made the existence of Jim and his mates a misery. Jim merely drawled about in a comic way. Fever came, and mistrust of natives compelled him to dress the dummy, put that in his hammock at night while he slept in a corner of the hut, one eye open, nursing a gun. I could not see Old Man Jim ever having faith that trains would run, or needed to run, where Indians lurked in the bush, and jaguars nosed round the hut at night. Why these sufferings, then? But we learned the line now penetrated into the forest for 60 miles, and that beyond it there were camps, or surveyors were seeing what that further way was made, and beyond them again, among the trees of the interior, the surveyors were still, planning the way the line should run when it had got so far. Though we could not get ashore, there was enough to watch, if it were only the men leisurely driving palm bowls into the river, making a pier for us. While at breakfast today, a canoe of half-breeds came flying towards us in pursuit of an object which kept a little ahead of them in the river. It passed close under our stern, and we saw it was a peccary. The canoe ran level with it then, and a man leaned over, catching the wild pig by a hind leg, keeping its snout under water while another secured its feet with rope. It was brought aboard in bonds as a present for the skipper, who begged the natives to convey it below to the bunkers and there release it. He said he would tame it. I saw the eye of the beast as it lay on deck, champing its tusks viciously, and guessed we should have some interesting moments while kindness tried to reduce that light in its eye. The peccary disappeared for a few days. There being nothing to do this fine morning, we watched the cattle put ashore. This was not so difficult a business as shipping them, for the beasts now submitted quietly to the noose which was put on their horns. The The steam tackle hoisted them, they were pushed overside and dropped into the river. Some natives in a canoe cleared the horns, and then the brute, swimming desperately in the strong current, was guided to the bank. Some of the beasts being already near death, they were merely jettisoned. The current bore them downstream, making feeble efforts to swim, food for the alligators. We waited for the turn of the black heifer. She was one of the last. She was not led to the ship's side. The tackle was attached to her horns and made taut before her head was loosed. She made a furious lunge at the men when her nose was free, but the winch rattled and she was brought up on her hind legs, blaring at us all. In that ugly manner she was walked on 2 legs across the deck, a heroine in shameful guise, while the men laughed. She was hoisted and lowered into the river. She fought at the waiting canoe with her feet, but at last the men released her horns from the tackle. With only her face above water, she heaved herself, open-mouthed, at the canoe, trying to bite it, and then made some almost successful efforts to climb into it. The canoemen were so panic-stricken that they did nothing but muddle one another's efforts. The canoe rocked dangerously. This wicked animal had no care for its own safety like other cattle. It surprised its tormentors because it showed its only wish was to kill them. Just in time the men paddled off for their lives, the cow after them. Seeing she could not catch them, she swam ashore, climbed the bank, looking round then for a sight of the enemy, but they were all in hiding, and then began browsing in the scrub. As leisurely as though life were without end, the work on the pier proceeded, and we on the Capella, who could not get ashore, with each of our days a week long, looked round upon this remote place of the American tropics till it seemed we had never looked upon anything else. The days were candid and vaporous, the heat by breakfast time being such as we know at home in an early afternoon of the dog days. The forest across the river, about 300 yards away, from sunrise till 8 o'clock, often was veiled in a white fog. There would be a clear river, and a sky that was full day, but not the least suspicion of a forest. We saw what seemed a limitless expanse of bright water, which merged into the opalescent sky walls. Such an invisible fog melted from below, and then the revelation of the dark base of the forest, in mid-distance, was as if our eyes were playing tricks. The forest appeared in the way one magic lantern picture grows through another. The last of the vapor would roll upwards from the treetops for some time, and you could believe the woods were smoldering heavily. Thenceforward the quiet day would be uninterrupted, except for the plunge of a heavy fish, the passing of a canoe, a visit from an adventurous visitor from the shore, or the growing of a cloud in the sky. We tried fishing, though we never got anything but some gray, scaleless creatures with feelers hanging about their gills. It was not till the evening, when the visitors usually came, that the day really began to move. The new voices gave our saloon and cabins vivacity, and the stories we heard carried us far and swiftly towards the next breakfast time. They were strange characters, those visitors, usually Americans, but sometimes we got an Englishman or a Frenchman. They took possession of the ship. There was an elderly man, Neil O'Brien, who was often with us. At first I thought he was a very exceptional character. He was one of the first to visit our ship. I even felt a little timidity when alone with him, for he had a habit of sitting limply, looking at nothing in particular, and dumb. And plainly he was a man whose thoughts ran in ways I could not even surmise. His pale blue eyes would turn upon you with that searching openness which may mean childish innocence or madness, and I could not forget the whispers I had heard of his dangerously inflammable nature. I could not find common footing with him for some time. My trouble was that I had come out direct from a country where few men are free, and so most of us live in doubt of what would happen to us if we were to act as though we were free men. Where if a self-reliant man contemptuously dares to a bleak and perilous extremity, he makes all his lawful fellows indraw their timid breaths, that land where even a reward has been instituted, as for merit, for uncomplaining endurance under lifelong hardships, and called an old-age pension. You cannot live much of your life with natural servants, the judicious and impartial, the light sky, and those who look twice carefully but never leap without betraying some reflected pallor of their anemia. O'Brien, the quiet master of his own time, with his eyes I could not read, and his gun, betrayed obliquely in our casual talks together such an ingenious indifference to accepted things and authority that I had nothing to work with on gauging him. He was his own standard of conduct. I judged his bearing towards the authority of officials would be tolerant, and even tender, as men use with wilful children. He was not a rebel, as we understand it, one who at last grows impatient and angry, and so votes for the other party. I suppose he was not opposed to authority, unless it were opposed to him. Chapter 4. Night brought one of these men to each of our cabins, and put a party of them drinking in the saloon. After my habit of thinking of people in crowds, as an Anglican church, or an ethical society, or a labor movement, a federation of proprietors, or suffragists, or Jews, or stockbrokers' clerks, crowds moving with massed exactitude by the thousand at least, when prompted, this man O'Brien standing on his 2 legs by himself, Old Man Jim and the rest, each of them defending and running his own particular kingdom, and governing that, ill or well, for I saw them fairly drunk now and then, and never waiting for a word from any master or delegate, made me wonder whether till then I had met a living man, or had heard merely of a population of bundles of newspapers. These men had no leaders. They attended to all that. Each had to find his own way. They were unrelated to anything I knew, and beyond the help of even a candidate for Parliament. I suppose they had never heard of a defense league. They could have found no use for it, because a challenge to defend themselves would never catch them unwilling or unable. Each man soldiered himself, and perhaps was rather too ready to deal with a show of insolence, or an assumption of power in another. Yet they were not violent and headstrong fellows of romantic tales. They were simple and kind, submitting with a sick smile to the prickly ridicule of their fellows round the board. They regarded meat, drink, and tobacco as common. They were ready to leap into the dark for a friend. There was one young bearded Englishman among them who was more than a friendly figure to me. All were friendly, but the Americans bore themselves with the easy assurance of the favored heirs of Adam, though their successful work in that tropical swamp perhaps justified them. The Englishman had less of that assurance of a unique favor which was so completely bestowed that irresolution never shook the plume of its lucky inheritors. He came into my cabin one night, hoping he was not disturbing me, and bringing as a present a sheaf of native arrows tipped with red and blue macaw feathers, as he had promised. They come from Bolivia, forest Indians, 300 miles from here. He explained he had reached our point in the Brazilian forest from the Pacific side. He had crossed the mountains, descended to the level jungle at the base of the Andean wall, and followed the rivers eastward, alone in a canoe, till he chanced upon our steamer unloading Welsh fuel into a forest clearing. To a newcomer in a mysterious land, this was a clear invitation to listen, and I looked at the man expectantly. He was lighting his pipe. The country through which he must have passed was unknown, as our map showed, but he simply indicated that matter of his advent, as though it were the same as any other, and sat looking through the door of my cabin, smoking, absently gazing at the night scene on the after-deck. The hombres were working at the hold immediately below us, their labors made obscurely bright by a roaring flame of volatilized oil. The light pulsed on the face of the Englishman, and checkered my cabin in black and luminous gold. Of all the region of forest about us, nothing showed but a cloud of leaves, which leaned towards us out of the night, supported on 2 pale, tremulous columns. The hold of the ship was a black rectangle, and the almost naked negroes and brown men moving about it, or peering into the chasm, were like sinister figures on an inscrutable business about the verge of the pit. They were not men, but the debris of men, moving with awful volition, merely a bright cadaverous mask hovering in a void, or 2 arms upheld, or a black headless trunk. For the roaring illuminant on deck dismembered the ship and its occupants, bursting into the weight of surrounding night as a fixed explosion, beams rigid and glowing, and shadows in the long solid bars radiating from its incandescent heat. "I'm glad you're here," said my companion. He never gave me his name, and I do not know it now. "I haven't heard home talk for a year. Haven't heard much of anything. A little Spanish coming along, and here some American." We continued looking at the puzzling, disrupted scene outside for some time without speaking, secure in a chance and lucky sympathy. Then a basket of coal tipped against a hatch combing and whirled away, scattering the men. We rose to see if any were hurt. "Curious, this desperate haste, isn't it?" said the Englishman. "At every point of the compass from here there's at least 1,000 miles of wilderness. Excepting at this place, it wouldn't matter to anybody whether a thing were done tonight or next week or not at all. But look at those fellows. You'd think this was a London wharf and a tide had to be caught. Here they are on piecework and overtime, where there's nothing but trees, alligators, tigers, and savages. An unknown somebody in Wall Street or Park Lane has an idea, and this is what it does. The potent impulse. It moves men who don't know the language of New York and London down to this desolation. It begins to ferment the place. The fructifying thought. Have you seen the graveyard here? We've got a fine cemetery, and it grows well. Still, this railway will get done. Yes, people who don't know what it's for, they'll make a little of it, and die. And more who don't know what it's for, and won't use it when it's made, they'll finish it. This line will get its freights of precious rubber moving down to replenish the motor tires of civilization, and the chap who had the bright idea but never saw this place, and couldn't live here a week, or shovel dirt, or lay a track, and wouldn't know raw rubber if he saw it, he'll score again. Progress, progress. The wilderness blossoms as the rose. It's wonderful, isn't it? I was just a little annoyed. After all, I was part of the job. I'd made my sacrifices, too. But I admitted what he said. Why not? It was something, that fancy, that every rattle of the winch outside, bringing up another load, moved abruptly under the impulse of another thought, from London town. 6,000 miles away, 2 months' travel. Great London town, it was true. If London shut off its goodwill, that winch would stop, and the locomotives would come to a stand to rot under the trees, and the lianas would lock their wheels. And in a month the forest would have foundered the track under a green flood. Where the American accent was dominant, the jaguars would moan at night. That long wound in the forest would be annealed and invisible in a year. While it persisted, the idea could conquer and maintain. Yes, but it's all chance, said the Englishman. That uncertain and impersonal will controls us. Have you ever worked desperately, the fever in your bones, at a link in a job the rest of which was already abandoned, though you didn't know it? Yet perhaps even so there is something gained, the knowledge that all you do is fugitive, that there is nothing but an idea, which may be withdrawn without warning at any moment, under the most complicated and inspiring structure. Having that foreknowledge, you can work with a light heart, secure against betrayal, ready with your own laugh when mockery comes. A community finds it must have a bridge. Wall Street hears of it and finances a contractor who finds an architect to design it. An army builds it. And then this blessed old planet moves in its sleep, and the obstructing river flows another way. Well, for us, we can rarely see the beginning and the end of the work we're doing. Most of the men on this job have not been here 3 months. They come and shovel a little dirt and die. But that idea, that remains here, using up men and forests, using up all that comes within its invisible influence, drawing in material and pressing it into its unseen mold, so that out of the invisible sprouts a railway, projecting length by length, transmuted men and timber. A courtier once gave his cloak to Queen Elizabeth to save her feet, but what is that when these men give their bodies to make an easier road for the commerce of their fellows? They say every sleeper on a tropical line represents a man, the conquering human who lives by dying. The unseen idea remains, some stranger's idea of gain, profit out of a necessity not his, filled by other men unknown to him. You can't escape it. First and last it uses you up. You may twist and double, but when me you fly, I am the wings, as Emerson says. Once I deliberately tried to escape from it, to get out of its range. I thought it was local, that idea, a mean and local urge. I believed I had escaped it too. I was young, though, then. But we all try when we're young. There is but one way of escape. You may use up others, but that isn't an easy way of escape for some of us. No alternative but that, and a man cannot take it. There you are. Use or be used. Once I thought I had escaped. Once upon a time, every morning at 8 o'clock, I went to an office in Leadenhall Street. Know that place? My first job. I was one in a crowd of 50 clerks. We sat on high stools, facing each other across double desks. There were brass rails above each desk, where we rested ledgers and letter baskets. Each of us marked his stool somewhere with a personal symbol. My own, my sole point of vantage there, my support in life, that high stool, and I would have been prepared to maintain it upright, following our office code of honor, I as firm as may be upon it even if treacherously blabbing, I had to deprive all my fellow clerks of their supports in life. We were not a community working out a common ideal. An idea used us. And that was a job I got as a favor, mark you. Someone had known my dead father. I knew the name of my boss, but that was all. I never spoke to him. I used to see him, a middle-aged man with sad eyes and a petulant mouth, clean-shaved and bald-headed. He came in a carriage every morning and went straight to a room kept from us by opaque glass. I used to wonder what he did in there. He rarely came into the office. When he did come into it, his was the only voice which ever spoke there above a whisper. A sharp, startling, and minatory voice. But we rarely saw him there. A bell would ring, a sinister summons on the ceiling over the desk of the principal clerk, and that chap would drop everything he was doing, anything, and go. I've seen my senior clerk, an elderly man in spectacles, jump as if he'd been struck when his bell whirred. It was such an awfully solemn place. Nobody ever thought of calling across that room, but would go round to another desk and whisper. You felt you were part of a grave and secret plot, scribbling away to bring it to a completion, and that all your fellow conspirators were possible traitors. But the plot was never complete. It went on and on, day after day, in an everlasting, suffocating sanctity, with the opaque shining glass front of the private room overlooking us, a luminous face entirely blank, though you knew the brain behind it saw everything and was aware of all. It even knew old Beckwith, my senior, had got deeply into debt through his wife's doctor's bills, and had been fool enough to go to the moneylenders. His bell sprang a summons one morning. In Beckwith went, came out again looking grey, poor old perisher, went straight to the hat rack, passed awkwardly through the swing doors, letting in a burst of traffic noise from the street, while we watched him furtively, and that was the last of Beckwith. I have heard our boss was a rigid moralist. He said a man who drank, gambled, or got into debt, not being able to control his own life, was no good for the business of another man. A system should have no bowels. Out the incompetent, go. It was Spartan, but it paid 20%, I've heard. Once we had a rebellious interruption of our sacred quiet, but only once. I never knew exactly why it was. We had a huge factory somewhere in the East End, Cubbit Town way, and one afternoon a woman came to the counter and asked for the cashier. She was so obviously East End in a shawl that the counter clerk was shocked at the bare idea of it. She kept demanding the cashier. The clerk, politely but nervously because of her rising emotional voice, resisted her. She began to shout. We all stopped to see what would happen. Shouting there! She was still crying out. She wanted justice for a daughter whose body had got into a machine, I think, and the cashier was forced to appear. I was surprised that he was so quiet with her. She was weeping hysterically at our polished mahogany counter, with its immaculate blotters and flat crystal ink pots, where there were men in silk hats, looking at the unusual scene sideways and smiling. She could not be pacified, and suddenly she picked up an ink pot and hurled it through that frozen glass face of the private room. A devastating crash. The shocking, raucous horror of blasphemy. The silence following was unendurable. We looked to the private door for outraged power to appear. Nothing happened. A policeman came and removed the woman, the cashier smiling indulgently at the officer and shaking his head. The system, after a momentary halt, moved on again, broad, serene, and irresistible. I never catch the smell of an open Bible now, but it conjures a picture of that arid office, angular, polished, and hard, where the ledgers before the disciplined men exude a dusty, leathery smell. But there I stayed for years, smelling it, and making out bills of lading and invoices. It was my lot. There was a junior who assisted me, a chap with flat, shiny hair parted in the middle. He had a habit of whispering about girls, when he was not whispering about the music hall last night or the football next Saturday. When the cashier, a young man and a relative of the boss, came walking down the avenue of desks, his sharp eyes narrowed to slits and his mouth a little open, it was funny to see my junior put on speed and get an intent and earnest look in his face. When I was done for the day, I'd get my book out of my bag and wonder, going home, if I'd ever see those places I read about, Java, India, and the Congo, where you went about in a white helmet and a white uniform, and did things in a large, directive way, helping Indians and Negroes to make something of their country. Not this niggling, selfish, petty chandlery, written large in stone, mahogany, and glass, disguised in magnitude and gravity, coconut palms and forests with untold tales. But like the boys who found fun with the girls, with music halls and football, but were afraid of the sack, I did nothing. I was even afraid of the girls. One day, as usual, I went with some of the other fellows to lunch at an ABC shop. We always went there. The girls knew us and would smile at our jokes. Small coffee and a scone and butter. My life. I found a telegraph someone had left on a chair, and I read it more because I didn't want to listen to that virulent abuse of our mean cashier. He certainly was mean, than because I wanted to read. In it, by chance, I noticed an advertisement for a bookkeeper who would go to the tropics. That I noted. Of course, I stood no chance, but I could try. That night at home, I wrote an application. I wrote it, I think, 12 times till the letter was impeccable, a thing of beauty and precision. I felt this was a most momentous affair. Whether it was the excitement of doing something in the veritable direction of romance, or whether it was through reading Waterman's Wanderings, I don't know, but I remember a curious dream I had that night. I was alone in a forest which made me afraid and expectant. It was still and secretive. You know, the empty stage in an unnatural rosy light, with a glorified distance in which you expect a devil or a fairy queen to appear. There was a hammock hanging motionless from a branch. Something was in it, but I could not see what. The hammock was as still as the leaves hanging over it. Then the hammock shook, and a girl rose in it and smiled at me. She was tiny but adult, and her eyes were shining in the dusk of her hair, which fell thickly over her little coffee-colored breasts. A telegram came for me, just as I was leaving for the office one morning. It required me to call on Mr. Utah R. Brewster at the Hotel Palace that very day, but at a time when I should have been industriously at work for another. The question was, should I catch that morning bus I had never missed, or take all the possibilities beyond this door which promised to open on romance? I made up my mind, which went drunk with rebellion. I got into my seventh-day clothes, Utah R. Brewster, and freedom. The Blackwall bus. Do you remember those old hearses with a straight companion ladder to the upper deck, where the outside passengers sat, knees up, back to back along the middle? Well, it had to go by the office, and I was actually in doubt whether, aware of my unprecedented revolt, it would stop outside the familiar glum office and lawfully refuse to budge till I alighted. It went on, blundering past the place, all strangely unconscious of what it was doing, bearing me with my courage screwed down to bursting point. The driver even said what a lovely May morning it was. The Hotel Palace. I had often seen that ornate building when Saturday afternoon release took me west. Red carpeting on the steps, a glimpse of ferns, women all as strange as exotics going in and out, and between me and it a chasm which cut clear to the very center of the earth. I carried my attack beyond the portals. It was nothing, after all. A flunky put me in a chair too full of cushions to be easy, and I watched men and women who, at that time of day, when all the folk I knew were making desperate and cunning efforts to keep their places here safe, I watched those men and women behaving as though all eternity were theirs, and it was the angels' business to bear them up. It was as great a mystery to me whose every weekday morning was the inviolate possession of another, as Joshua's solar miracle. I was called, led along a silent corridor full of shut doors, and after a long walk found myself beyond all the noise of London, far in solitude with a man in a dressing gown who stood before a fire, working a cigar with strong, mobile lips. He put up a monocle and looked at me shyly, then began to walk up and down the hearthrug, talking. "Well," he said, "all right, I guess you'll do. Say, you look pretty fit. You don't drink, eh? Don't get nervous when you see the dead, huh? All right." He put his monocle back into his eye and grinned at me. I told him in a rush how much I wanted to see the tropics. He said nothing. He got a large blue map, intricate with white lines, and told me of the company, the job. I did not fully comprehend it then. I don't now. He left out too much. There was no beginning and no ending. There was hardly a middle. He merely indicated unrelated points. But at any rate the points were so widely sundered and so different that the bare indication of them conveyed a sense of an enormous undertaking, difficult, important, and necessary, work for an army. I should be but an insignificant sutler in that army, but at least I should be one in it, one of those putting this important affair through for future generations. The communal idea, this. The very size of it gave me a sense of security. It was too broad-based to collapse. Success was inherent in its impersonal nature, a state affair. Brewster briefly mentioned some showy names of great financiers. They were my generals, and I should never see them, but their reputations were partly in my keeping. Hallelujah! I had escaped. I never went back to the office. I never replied to its curt inquiry. In a week I sailed from Liverpool. Much I heard on the mail-boat of the company, this new enterprise which was going to make a tropical region one of the richest countries in the world, develop it, fling its riches to all. In 4 weeks more I had arrived at a small tropical island at which I had to wait for the company's tug to take me to the mainland and my business. There was a clubhouse ashore, where I stayed a few days. There I met some men who had been working for the company, but for incomprehensible reasons were leaving this work to which I had come so eagerly. They were returning home. They were strangely pallid and limp, as though the dark of some hot, damp underground had turned their blood white. Their talk was drawled out, the weary utterance of the disillusioned who yet showed fate no resentment. They might have been the dead speaking, long untouched by any warm human vanity. I was really glad to get away from them. A tug conveyed me up to the mouth of the river, up which I was to proceed to my station. I joined a shallow-draught river steamer. The river, that gateway to my dream come true, was a narrow place, a cleft in universal trees, every tree the same, mangroves, I suppose. The forest changed, often rising on each bank to meet overhead. Those were uncertain places of leaves and dead timber, and as quiet and still as churchyard yews at midnight. The thumps of our paddle wheels did not sound pleasant. Deeper and deeper we went, making turns so often that I wondered how we could ever get out again. Sometimes in open space we saw a flock of birds. I saw no other sign of life. There were no men. All my fellow passengers, there were 10 of us, were newcomers, some from the States, some from Germany, and a Frenchman. I was the only Englishman. Each of us knew what was expected of himself. None of us knew what that was which all would be doing. There were clerks with us, miners, civil engineers, timbermen, and a metallurgist. We speculated much, were perhaps a trifle anxious, but reposed generally on the great idea. In 200 miles we reached a clearing. Why it should have been at that particular place did not show. But there it was, the intangible link in an invisible, all-encompassing scheme. It was my place. I landed with my box. There was a white man on the river bank, sitting on a sea chest, his head in his hands. He looked up. "You the victim?" he said. Well, there you are, sweeping a lazy arm round the small enclosed ground. That's your job. There's your store. There's your house. That's where the Negroes live. Pedro, he called. A copper-colored native in shorts and a wide grass hat loafed over to us. This is your servant, he said. He's a bit mad, but he's not a fool. He's all right. Keep your eye on the Negroes, though. They are fools, and they're not mad. You'll find the inventory and the accounts on the desk in your hut. The quinine's there, too. Take these keys. Oh, the mosquito curtain's got holes in it. See you mend it. I couldn't. Had the shakes too bad. Cheer up! He went aboard. The steamer saluted me with its whistle, turned a corner, and the sound of its paddles diminished, died. I seemed to concentrate as though I had never known myself till that instant when the sound of the steamer failed, when the last connection with busy outer life was gone. I could smell something like Stephanotis. In that dead silence my hearing was so acute that I caught a faint rustling, which I thought might be the sound of things growing. I turned and went to my hut, sad Pedro following with my box. The cheap American clock in the hut made a terrific noise, filling the afternoon with its rapid and ridiculous beat, trying to recall to me that time still was moving quickly, when it was quite evident that time had now come for me to an absolute stand in a broad glowing noon. I sat surveying things from my chair, then leisurely took my envelope and read my instructions. How I was to receive and take charge of shovels, lanterns, machinery parts, railway metals, soap, cooking utensils, axes, pumps, and so on, which consignments I must divide and parcel according to directions to come, marking each consignment for its own destination. The names of 100 destinations I should hear about in my future work were given. They were names meaning nothing to me. Then followed some brief rules for a novice in the governing of men. Through all the rules ran an incongruous note for such a place as that, a reminiscence of Leadenhall Street and its miserable wine. Yet it hardly disturbed me. I sat and thought over this expansion of my life. A melancholy bird called in 2 notes at intervals. The leaves which formed the thatch of my hut hung a long, coarse, black fringe at the door. My walls were of leaves, and the floor a raft of small logs, still with the bark on, just clear of the ground. The sunlight came through one dark wall, studding it with sparks. No, that dubious and familiar note in the instructions was nothing. I was clear beyond all that now, all those occasions for carking anxiety which deprave the worker, and make him hate the task to which whipping necessity drives him. The domineering manner of my instructions, the fretfulness of the old correspondence I found carelessly scattered about, addressed to my predecessor, was the illusion. The forest behind the hut, the black river, the quiet, the insects, the foreign smell, the puzzling men, my men to command, who kept passing without in the violent light, they were not from books any more. They made evidence direct to my own senses now. I was authority in Providence, molding and protecting as I thought right. This place should be kept reasonable, 4 square, my plot of earth to be clean and unashamed, frankly open to the eye of the sky. I would see what I could do. I would start now. I laughed at authority, all I could see of it, reflected in a fragment of mirror kept to a door-tree by nail-heads, the funny hat and the shirt which did not matter, bad as it was, for I was authority there by every reason of that white shirt, and the beard which was coming. Latitude, my boy, latitude. I strolled out to survey my little world. Of the weeks that followed, nothing comes back so strongly as some quite irrelevant incidents. A tiger I saw one morning swimming the river, Pedro insensible for 2 days with fever, and death which came to overrule my viceroy authority. The first blow. There was a flock of parrots which visited us one day, and it surprised me that the men should regard them merely as food. But there was work to be done, and in a definite way. But why we did it, and I know we did it well, and how it joined up with the job, I could not see. That was not my affair. There was the inventory to be checked, for one thing, and before I was through with it the work had fairly imprisoned me, and the new romantic circumstances became blurred and overwritten. That inventory was so extravagantly wrong that in a week I was going about heated and swearing at the least provocation. It was fraudulent. There was a sporadic disorder of goods irreconcilable with their neat records, though each record bore the signs and countersigns of heaven knows how many departments of the company, all an inextricable welter of calm errors neatly initialed by unknown fools. Every few days a steamer of the company would call, loaded with more goods, or would come down river to me to take goods away. The confusion grew and interpenetrated, till I felt that nothing but dumping all that there was into the river, and beginning again with a virgin station, would ever clear the muddle. The place grew maddening through ridiculous blundering from outside. I had 6 men to attend to, all with temperatures and all useless. The arrears of accounts, my work on sweltering nights while the very negroes slept, the arrears grew. A steam shovel came without its shovel, and not all my written protests to headquarters could complete that irrational creature lying in sections rotting in sun and rain, minus the very reason for its existence, an impediment to us, and an irritation. Constant urgent orders came to me from up country to ship there this abortion. I declined in the name of sanity. There followed peremptory demands for a complete steam shovel, violent with animosity for me, the unknown idiot who obstinately refused to let a steam shovel go, just as though I was in love with the damned thing and could not part with it. But I understood those letters. They were from chaps, irritated like myself, by all this awful tomfoolery. And from headquarters came other letters, shot with a curt note of insolence, asking whether I was asleep there or dead, and adding once that if I could not keep up communications better, I had better make way for someone who could. There were plenty who could do it. Pleasant, wasn't it? They complained querulously of my accounts, almost insinuating that I debited more wages to the company than I credited to the men. I had too many sick men, they said. Did I pamper them? And again I had too many who died. I must take care. They did not want the local government to get alarmed. The time came when I got amusement out of those letters from headquarters, for their faults were so plain that I conceived the headquarters staff having much time to spend, and a sort of instruction at large to administer ginger to men, like myself, on the spot, on general principles, so to keep us not only alive but brisk and anxious, and doing it with the inconsequential abandon of little children playing with sharp knives. I got comfort from that view, and when I looked round my placid domain, where my men, with whom I was on good terms, labored easily and rightly under the still woods, I told myself I was still fretting because the business was new, that things would come easier soon. But at night I felt I was anxious exactly because it was all so old and familiar to me. One day, having given a group of men at work in a distant corner of the clearing some advice, I noticed a little path enter the wood beside a big tree. I had never been into the forest. To tell the truth, I had no time. The trees stood round us, keeping us from what? I had always felt a little doubt of what was there and could not be seen. I turned inwards. I found myself at once in a cool gloom. I went on curiously, peering each side into those shadows, where nothing moved, and in an hour came to another clearing, smaller than my own, with no river in view. By the sun, which now I saw again, this place was north of our station. The opening was being rapidly choked by a new growth. I was turning for home again, for the afternoon was late, when I saw a Chapter 5, Part 1. We had 5,200 tons of cargo, and nearly all of it was patent fuel. This was to be put into baskets, hauled up, and emptied into railway trucks run out on the jetty alongside. We watched the men at work for a few days and nights, and judged we should be at Portobello for a month. I saw for myself long rambles in the forest during that time of golden leisure, but saw them no more after the first attempt. The clearing on its north side rose steeply to about 100 feet on the hard red conglomerate. On the south, on the San Antonio side, it ended in a creek and a swamp. But at whatever point the doctor and I attempted to leave the clearing, we soon found ourselves stopped by a dense undergrowth. At a few places there were narrow footpaths, subterranean in the quality of the light, made by timbermen when searching for suitable trees for the sawmill. These tracks never penetrated more than a few hundred yards, and always ended in a well of sunshine in the forest, where some big trees would be prone in a tangle of splintered branches, and a deep litter of leaves and broken fronds. And that was as far as man had got inwards from the east bank of the Madeira River. Beyond it was the undiscovered and the Araras Indians. On the other side of the river the difficulty was the same. The Rio Purus, the next tributary of the Amazon westward from the Madeira, had its course, it was guessed, perhaps not more than 50 miles across country from the river bank opposite Portobello, but no one yet has made a traverse of the land between the two streams. The dark secrecy of the region was even oppressive. Sometimes when venturing alone a little beyond a footpath, out of hearing of the settlement, surrounded by the dim tangle in which there was not a movement or a sound, I have become suspicious that the shapes about me in the half-light were all that was real there, and Portobello and its men an illusion. And there has been a touch of panic in my haste to find the trail again, and to prove it could take me to an open prospect of sunny things with the solid Capella in their midst. We carried our butterfly nets ashore and went of a morning across the settlement, choosing one of the paths which ended in a small forest opening, where there was sunlight as well as shadow. Few butterflies came to such places. You could really think the forest was untenanted. A tanager would dart a ray of metallic sheen in the wreckage of timber and dead branches about us, or some creature would call briefly, melancholy-wise, in the woods. Very rarely an animal would go with an explosive rush through the leaves. But movements and sounds, except the sound of our own voices, were surprises, and a sight of one of the larger inhabitants of the jungle is such a rarity that we knew we might be there for years and never get it. Yet life about its various businesses in the woods kept us interested till the declining sun said it was time to get aboard again. Every foot of earth, the rotting wood, the bark of the standing trees, every pool, and the litter of dead leaves and husks were populous when closely regarded. Most of the trees had smooth barks. A corrugated trunk like that of our elm was exceptional. But when a bole had a rough surface, it would be masked by the gray, tenacious webbing of spiders. On one such tree we found a small mantis, which so mimicked the spiders that we were long in discovering what it really was. Many of the smooth tree trunks were striated laterally with lines of dry mud. These lines were actually tunnels, covered ways for certain ants. The corridors of this limitless mansion had many such surprises. There were the Saba ants. They might engross all a man's hours, for in watching them he could easily forget there were other things in the world. They would move over the ground in an interminable procession. Looked at quickly, that column of fluid life seemed a narrow brook, its surface smothered with green leaves, which it carried not round or under obstructions, but upwards and over them. Nearly every tiny creature in that stream of life held upright in its jaws a banner, much larger than itself, cut from a fresh leaf. It bore its banner along hurriedly and resolutely. All the ants carrying leaves moved in one direction. The flickering and forward movement of so many leaves gave the procession of ants the wavering appearance of shallow water running unevenly. On both sides of the column other ants hurried in the reverse direction, often stopping to communicate something, with their antennae to their burdened fellows. Two ants would stop momentarily, and there would be a swift intimation, and away they would go again, on their urgent affairs. We would see rapid conversations of that kind everywhere in the host. Other ants with larger heads kept moving hither and thither about the main body, having an eye on matters generally, I suppose, policing or superintending them. There was no doubt all those little fellows had a common purpose. There was no doubt they had made up their minds about it long since, had come to a decision communally, and that each of them knew his job and meant to get it done. There did not appear to be any ant favored by the god of the ants. You have to cut your own leaf and get along with it if you are a Saba. There they were, flowing at our feet. I see it now, one of those restricted forest openings to which we often went, the wall of the jungle all around, and some small Italia plants left standing, the green of their long plumes as hard and bright as though varnished. Nothing else is there that is green, except the weeds which came when the sunlight was let in by the axe. The spindly forest columns rise about, pallid in a wall of gloom, draped in withered stuff and dead cordage. Their far foliage is black and undistinguishable against the irregular patch of overhead blue. It never ceased to be remarkable that so little that was green was there. The few pothos plants, their shapely parasitic foliage sitting like decorative nests in some boughs halfway to the sky, would be strangely conspicuous and bright. The only leaves of the forest near us were on the ground, brown parchments all of one simple shape, that of the leaf of the laurel. I remember a stagnant pool there, and over it suspended some enameled dragonflies, their wings vibrating so rapidly that the flies were like rubies shining in obscure nebulae. When we moved, the nymphs vanished, just as if a light flashed out. We sat down again on our felled tree to watch, and magically they reappeared in the same place, as though their apparition depended on the angle and distance of the eye. When a bird called, one started involuntarily, for the air was so muffled and heavy that it was strange to find it open instantly, to let free the delicate sibilation. In the low ground beyond Portobello, upstream, there was another place in the forest where sometimes we would go, the approach to it being through a deep cutting made by the railway men in the clay. This clay, a stiff homogeneous mass, mottled rose and white, was saturated with moisture, and the helicon butterflies frequented it, probably because it was damp, and a sight of their black and yellow or black and crimson wings, spread on the clean plain of the beautifully tinted rock, was far better than putting them in the collecting box. The helicons are bold insects, and did not seem to mind our close inspecting eyes. Beyond the cutting was a long narrow clearing with a giant silk cotton tree, a province in itself, on the edge of the forest. Looking straight upward we could see its foliage, but so far away was the spreading canopy of leaves that it was only a black cloud. The outermost sprays were wisps of dark vapor melting in that intense brightness of the sky. The smooth gray trunk was heavily buttressed, the sapiomas, literally flat roots, ascending the bole for more than 50 feet, and radiating in walls about the base of the tree. The compartments were so large that they could have been used as stabling for 4 or 5 horses. From its upper limbs a wreckage of lianas hung to the ground. Beyond this giant the path rose to a place where the clearing was already waist-high with scrub. Then it descended again to the woods. But the woods there were flooded. That was my first near view of the Igapo. We had approached the trees, for they seemed free of the usual undergrowth, and passed into the somber colonnades. The way appeared clear enough, and we thought we could move ahead freely at last, but found in a few steps the bare floor was really black water. The base of the forest was submerged, the columns which supported the unseen roof, through which came little light, diminished down soundless distance into night. After the flaming day from which we had just come, this darkness was repellent. The forest, that austere, stately, and regarding presence, draped interminably in verdant folds, while we gazed upon it, suspecting no new thing of it, as by a stealthy movement had withdrawn its green robe, and our sight had fallen into the cavernous gloom of its dank and hollow heart. It was about the little wooden town itself, where the scarified earth was already sparsely mantled with shrubs, flowering vines, and weeds, and where the burnt tree stumps, and even the doorposts in some cases, were freshly budding, life insurgent, beaten down by fire and sword, but never to its source and copious springs, that most of the butterflies were to be found. In a land where blossoms were few, these were the winged flowers. About the squalid wooden barracks of the Negro and native laborers, which were built off the ground to allow ventilation, and had a trench round them foul with drainage and evil with smells, a coleonis, a scarlet butterfly with narrow, swallow-like wings, used to flash, and frequently would settle there. Over the flowering weeds on the waste ground, there would be, in the morning hours, when the sky was overcast, glittering clouds of the smaller and duller species, though among them now and then would stoop a very emperor of butterflies, a being quick and unbelievably beautiful to temperate eyes. After midday, when the sun was intense, the butterflies became scarce. When out of the shade of the woods, and stranded, at that time, in the hopeless heat of the bare settlement, we could turn into one of the houses of the officials of the company for shelter. These also were of timber, cool, with a veranda that was a cage of fine copper gauze to keep out the insects. All the doors were self-closing. The fewest chances were offered to the mosquitoes. There was no glass, for the window openings also were covered with copper mesh. Here we could sit in shaded security in lazy chairs, and look out over the clearing to the river below, and to the level line of forest across the river, while listening to stories which had come down to Portobello from the interior, brought by the returning pioneers. Portobello had a population of about 300. There were Americans, Germans, English, Brazilians, a few Frenchmen, Portuguese, some Spaniards, and a crowd of Negroes and Negresses. There was but one white woman in the settlement. I was told the climate seemed to poison them. The white girl, who persisted in staying in spite of warnings from the doctors, was herself Brazilian, the wife of one of the laborers. She refused to leave, and sometimes I saw her about, petite, frail, looking very sad, but her husband was earning good money. It was a busy place, most of it being workshops, stores, and offices, with an engine and trucks jangling inconsequentially on the track by the shore. The line crossed a creek by a trestle bridge and disappeared in the forest in the direction of San Antonio. The hospital for the men was nearly 2 miles up the track. It was along the railway track towards the hospital, with the woods to the left, and a short margin of scrub and forest, and then the river, on the right hand, that I saw one morning in sauntering a few miles as many butterflies as there are flowers in an English garden in June. They were the blossoms of the place. The track was bright with them. They settled on the hot metals and ties, clustered thickly round muddy pools, a plantation there as vivid and alive in the quick movements of their wings as though a wind shook the petals of a bed of flowers. They flashed by like birds. One would soar slowly, wings outspread and stable, a living plane of metallic green and black. There was a large and insolent beauty. He did not move from his drink at a puddle, though my boot almost touched him. His wings a velvety black with crimson eyes on the underwings, and I caught him. But I was so astonished by the strength of his convulsive body in the net that I let him go. Near the hospital some bushes were covered with minute flowers, and seen from a distance the countless insects moving about those bushes were a glittering and puzzling haze. All that morning I had felt the power of the torrid sun, which clung to the body like invisible bonds, and made one's movements slow, was a luscious benefit, a golden bath, a softening and generative balm, a mother heat and light whose ardent virtues stained pinions crimson and cobalt, and made bodies strong and convulsive, and caused the earth to burst with rushing sap, to send up green fountains. For so the palms, which showed everywhere in the woods, looked to me. You could hear the incessant low murmur of multitudinous wings, and I had been warned to beware of all things. I felt instead that I could live and grow forever in such a land. Presently, becoming a little weary of so much strong light, I found it was midday, and looking back, there was the ship across a curve of the river. It was a good 2 miles away, intense, shadeless, and silent afternoon miles. I began the return journey. An increasing rumbling sound ahead made me look up as I stepped from tie to tie, and there came at me a trolley car, pumped along slowly, 4 brown bodies rising and falling rhythmically over its handle. A man in a white suit was its passenger. As it passed me, I saw it bore also something under a white cloth. The cloth molded a childish figure, of which only the hem of a skirt and the neat little booted feet showed beyond the cloth, and the feet swayed limply with the jolts of the car in a way that was curiously appealing and woeful. The car stopped, and the white man, a cheerful young doctor chewing an extinct cigar, came to me for a light. He stood to gossip for a few minutes, giving his men a rest. "That's the Brazilian girl," he said. "She wouldn't go home when told, poor thing." The Madeira River had the look of very adventurous fishing, and the doctor had brought with him an assortment of tackle. The water was opaque, and it was deep. Its prospects, though the forest closed round us, were spacious. It flowed silently with great power, and its surface was often coiled by profound movements. The coils of the river, as we were looking over the side one morning, began to move in our minds also, and the doctor mentioned his tackle. There was the forest enclosing us, as mute as the water, its bare roots clenched in the aqueous earth. Nobody could tell us much about the fish in this river, but we heard stories of creatures partly seen. There was one story of a thing taken from the very place in the river where we were anchored, a fish in armor which the natives declared was new to them. A fearful ganoid, I guessed it, reconstructing it in vision from fragments of various tales about it, such as is pictured in a book on primeval rocks. There were alligators, too, and there was the sucuruju, which I could call the great water serpent, only the Indian name sounds so much more right and awful, and that fellow is 40 feet long in his legend, but spoils a good story through reducing himself by half when he is actually killed. Still, 20 feet of stout snake is enough for trouble. I saw one just after it was killed which was 22 feet in length, and was 3 feet around the middle. So to fish in the Madeira was as if one's hook and line were cast into the deeps, where forms that are without names stir in the dark of dreams. We got out our tackle, and the cook had an assortment of stuff he did not want, and that we put on the hooks, and waited, our lines carried astern by the current, for signals from the unknown. Yet, excepting for a few catfish, nothing interrupted the placid flow of stream and time. The doctor put a bight of the lime round his wrist, sat down, and slept. We had fine afternoons, broad with the wealth of our own time. Old man Jim came aboard and saw our patience with amusement. He suggested dynamite and no waiting. The river was full of good fish, and he would come the next day with a canoe and take us where we could get a load. It was a suggestion which needed slurring to look attractive to sportsmen. Jim took it for granted that we simply wanted fish to eat, and as many as we could get, and next morning there he was alongside with his big boat and its crew. Jim himself was in the stern, the navigator, and he was sitting on what I was told was a box of dynamite. Now there were 2 others of our company who, but the day before, were even eager to see what dynamite would send up from the bottom of that river, but when they saw the craft alongside with its wild-looking crew, and Jim with his rifle sitting on a power which could lift St. Paul's, they considered everything and decided they could not go that day. I went alone. I suppose men do plucky things because they are largely thoughtless of the danger of the things they do. As soon as I was sitting on the level of the water in that crazy boat, with Jim and his explosives, and beside him what whiskey he had not already consumed, and saw under my nose the eddies and upheavals of the current, I knew I was doing a very plucky thing indeed, and wished I was high and safe on the Capella. But we had pushed off. Jim, with his eyes dreamy through barley juice, was the pilot, and there was a measure of confidence to be got from the way he navigated us past the charging trees afloat. There was no drink in the steering paddle, at least. But the shore was a long swim away, yet perhaps it would have been pleasant to be drowned or blown up as to be lost in the jungle. We turned into a still creek where the trees met overhead. Jim continued his course till the inundated forest was about us. The gloom was hollow, the pillars rising from the black floor were spectral, and our voices and paddles sounded like a noisy eruption among the aisles of a temple. The echoes fled from us deeper into the dark. But Jim was all conscious of this. He but stopped our progress and opened the box of cartridges. I had never seen dynamite, but only heard of it. I understood it had unexpected qualities. Jim had a cartridge in his hand and was digging a knife into it. I repeat, the flooded wilderness was round us, and below us was the black deep. Jim fitted a detonator to a length of fuse and stuck it into the cartridge. He was in no hurry. He stopped now and then for another drink. Having got the cartridge ready, with its potent filament, he tied 4 more cartridges round it. I put these things down simply, but my hand ached with the way I gripped the gunwale, and I could hear myself breathing. Then Jim struck a match on his breeches, with all the fumbling deliberation of the fully ripe, brushing the vine leaves from his eyes the better to see what he was doing, and he lit the fuse, after it had twice dodged the match. It fizzed. The splutter worked downwards energetically. Jim did not deign to look at it, though it fascinated me. He slowly scratched his back with his disengaged hand and gazed absently into the forest. The spark and its spurts of smoke were now near the bottom. Jim changed the menace into his right hand in order to reach another part of his back with his leisurely left. His eyes were still on the forest. I kept swallowing. "Jim," I said eagerly, though I did not know I was going to speak. Don't you think you'd better throw it away now?" He regarded me steadily, with eyes half shut. The spark spurted and dropped another inch. He looked at it. He looked round the waters without haste. Then, and I could have cried aloud, he threw the shocking handful away from us. It sank. There were a few bubbles, and we sat regarding each other in the quiet of a time which had been long dead, waiting for something to happen in a time to come. At the end of 2 weeks the bottom of the river fell out, the noise of a collapse of an iron foundry on Sunday. Our boat tried to leap upwards, but failed. The water did not burst asunder. It vibrated and was then convulsed. Dead fish appeared everywhere, patches of white all round, but we hardly saw them. There was a great head which emerged from the floor, looking upwards sleepily, and 2 hands moved slowly. These quietly sank again. The tail of the saurian appeared, slowly described a half-circle, and went. The big alligator then lifted itself, and performed some grotesque antics with deliberation and gravity. Then it gathered speed. It rotated, thrashed, and drummed. It did all that a 10-horsepower maniac might. I think the natives shrieked. I think Jim kept saying hell, for I was conscious only with my eyes. When the dizzy reptile recovered, it shot away among the trees like a torpedo. We went home. That night I understand the second mate was kept awake listening to me, as I slept, bursting into spasms of dreadful merriment. When you are lost in the map of a country that is beyond the worn routes, trying to discover therein the place name, which is the most secluded and inaccessible, if the map should happen to be that of South America, then your thought would naturally wander to the neighborhood of San Antonio of the Rio Madeira. There you stay to wonder what strange people and rocks and trees are to be found at San Antonio. It looks remote, even on the map. The sign which stands for the village is caught in a central loop of the mesh which is the river system of the Amazon forest. San Antonio must be beyond all, and a great journey. It is far outside the radius. And that would be enough, to be beyond the last ripple of traffic and at peace, where that dark disquiet, that somber emanation which rises from the soured earth where myriads have their chimneys, their troubles and their strife, straining even the morning and the morning thought, is no more. A place where the light has the clarity of the first dawn, and one might hear, while sure of absolute solitude, the winding of a strange horn, and suspect, when coming to an opening in the woods, the flight of a shining one. For somewhere the ancient gods must have sanctuary. A land where the rocks have the moss of unvisited fastnesses, and you can snuff the scents of original day. Where we were anchored, San Antonio was in view about 5 miles upstream, where at the end of that reach of river a line of tremulous light, which we thought was the cataracts, bridged the converging palisades of the jungle. In the trees of the right bank, it was sometimes easy to believe there was a glint of white buildings. But looking again to reassure your sight, the apparition of dwellings vanished. At night in the quiet, sometimes the ears could detect the shudder of the weighty rapids by San Antonio, but it was merely a tremor felt. There was no sound. The village remained to us for some time just that uncertain gleam by day, and the rapids but a minute reduction of a turmoil that was far. For in that languorous heat we counted miles differently, and it was pleasanter to suspect than to go and prove, and much easier. One day I went, when in a small boat the jungle towered. The river, too, had a different character. From the shore, or from the big capella, the river was an expanse of light, an impression of shining peace. Whenever you got close to the surface it became alive and menacingly intimate. Our little boat seemed to roll in the powerful folds of a monster which wallowed ponderously and without ceasing. The trees afloat, charging down swiftly and in what one felt was an ominous quest, stood well above our tiny craft. We steered close inshore to avoid the drifting wood and the set of the current. The jungle's sheer height, confusion, and intensity were more awesome than when seen from the steamer. Not many of the trees were of great beam, but their consistent height, with the lianas and a wreck from the far overhanging cornice, dwarfed our boat to an unimportant straw. At times the forest had a selvage of cane, and growths of arrow-grass, bearing long white plumes 12 feet above us, and a pair of fan-shaped leaves resembling palm leaves. The sound of the cataracts increased, and a barrier grew in height athwart the Madeira. Mounting high right ahead of us at last was a mass of granite boulders, with broad smooth surfaces, having the structure of gigantic masonry in ruin, which weathered plutonic rock so often assumes. Beyond the barrier, the river was plainly above our level. It was seen, resplendent as quicksilver, through the crenellations of the black rocks. One central mass of rock, higher than the rest, had a crown of dark and individual palms, standing paramount in the upper light. Yet with that gleam of wide river behind, no great rush of water broke there. A few fountains spurted, apparently without source, and collapsed, and pulsed again. The white runnels of foam which laced the contours of the piled boulders gave the barrier the appearance of being miraculously uplifted, as though one saw thin daylight through its interstices. Not till the village was in view did we see where the main river avoided the barrier. Chapter 5, Part 2. There was a man who looked like a sensational ruffian who boarded us one morning at Portobello and said he had come to find me. He was going up into the forest beyond the track, and would I go with him? That made me look at him again, and with some anxiety, for I had tried before to get away, but the crowd on the Capella disliked the idea. The doctor talked of dysentery and things. He said it was safer to keep to the ship during the month we had still to spend at Portobello. I felt, overborne by their arguments, a rather thin sort of adventurer. That mysterious railway would have drawn the mind of any man who had not lost his curiosity, and who valued being alive more than his chance of old age. The track went from Portobello into outer darkness. It left the clearing and the village of mushroom buildings, the place where the inhuman had been moderately subdued, where a modicum of industry was established in a continent of primitive wild, crossed a creek by a trestle bridge in view of our steamer, and vanished. That was the end of it, so far as we knew. Men came back to the settlement through that hole of the forest, and boarded the Capella to tell us, in long, hot nights, something of what the forest of the Madeira was hiding, and they were bearded like Crusoe, pallid as anemic women, and speckled with insect bites. These men said that where they had been working the sun never shone, for his light was stopped on the unbroken green, which, except where the big rivers flowed, roofed the whole land. I liked the look of the stranger who had come to persuade me to this rare holiday. He said his name was Marion Hill of Texas. He wore muddy riding breeches and a black shirt open at the throat, and boots of intricately embossed leather which came well up his thighs, spurs that would have raveled a pachyderm, and the insolent hat of a bandit. He had a waist belt heavy with guns and ammunition. I saw his face, and divined instantly that this was a man, and that the memory of a time with him would serve me as a refuge in the grey and barren years, and as solace. I told him I would get my things together. The skipper called after me that if I returned too late, I should have to walk home. There was a commissary train next morning taking men and supplies to the camps. It had a number of open wagons loaded with material, about which the laborers going up to replenish the gangs made themselves as comfortable as they could. I had an Indian rubber bag for all my belongings, being told that it was best for strapping to a mule, and a valuable life buoy when a canoe overturned. I accepted it with perfect faith, for I knew nothing of mules or canoes. The train moved off, a bell on the engine ringing sepulchrally. Hill and I were packed into a box car, which had a door open on either side for light and air. 2 American engineers were in charge. There was an Austrian to superintend the distribution at each camp of the provisions. The Austrian had an Italian assistant, and a few Barbadian blacks were there to move about the packages. I sat on a case of tinned fruit. Hill reposed on one of the shelves where we would stow fever victims when we collected them. There was no more room in the car, and another degree of heat would have meant complete ruin. When Portobello is left for the place where the line is to end when completed, though it is but 250 miles away, 2 months at least is required for the return journey. That way goes the paymaster with his armed escort, and every bundle of shovels and tin provisions. When I went, too, the train helped for 60 miles. Then most of the material was transported at the Rio Caracoles, a tributary of the Madeira, and taken by boats in stages up the main stream, cargoes and boats being hauled round each cataract. Travelers could shorten the journey by going overland part of the way, mules being kept on the hither side of the Caracoles River for that purpose. We delivered some patients at the hospital, went through a cutting of red granite to the back of San Antonio, and then entered the forest. That absorbed us. Thenceforward, and until I reached the ship again, I was dominated by the lofty, silent, confused, and brooding growth. Everywhere it was dramatically passionate in its intensity, an arrested riot of green life, and its muteness kept expectant attention fixed upon it. The right-of-way through the forest was 100 feet wide. On each side of us the trees rose like veered cliffs. The trees usually were of slender girth, almost as straight as fir poles, rising perhaps for 60 feet without a branch. Occasionally there was a giant, a silk cotton tree, or the strange tree with its gray trunk and pale birch-like habit of foliage which I had noticed on the riverside. But they were not common. Palms were numerous. From ground to high parapet, the spaces between the columns were filled with lianas, unrelated big leaves, and characteristic fronds of the endogens. In this older part of the track, though it had been made but little more than a year, the scrub was dense. The undergrowth was often so strong and aggressive as to brush the train as we slowly bumped along. Sometimes we went through deep cuttings in the red clay, close enough for me to notice it was interstratified with water-worn but angular quartz pebbles. But the track usually was over flat country, only rarely crossing a gully. At every maintenance camp we stopped to deliver supplies. From out of a small huddle of shanties made of leaves and poles, insignificant beneath the forest wall, a number of languid half-breeds, merely in pants and hats, would loiter through the hot sun to us for their sustenance. The men of those secluded huts must have been glad of our temporary uproar and our new faces. The bell rang, and we left them to burial in their deep silence again. There were intervening camps which had been deserted as the work progressed. These were even more interesting to me. The work of the human, when he leaves it to the wild from which he has won it with so much pain, has an appeal of its own, with its abandoned ruin returning to the ground again. There would be a sandy swamp, and standing back from the line some weather-worn shanties with roofs awry. I am sure there were ghosts in those camps. One we passed, and it was called Camp 10.5, and resting against its open front where the posts were giving was a butterfly net. I pointed this out. "Oh, that," said Hill. "Old man Biddle, I knew him. He was all right. He was great on bugs and butterflies. Used to wear spectacles. He was a good engineer, though. Died of blackwater fever before the line got past this camp. That was his shack. And that was his butterfly net, all of Biddle now, his sole monument and remainder." As we bumped by the huts, the helicons and swallowtails rose precipitously from the mangled cans and cast rubbish. I never knew Biddle, the man with spectacles and a butterfly net, but a first-rate railway man, who left that net outside his hut one morning, and at evening was buried. But now I am doomed to think of him while I live. It was near midnight when we reached the last active camp but one on the line, where we alighted. It was wiser, I was told, to run the remaining length of the track by daylight. Here a doctor and a few engineers, bearing headlamps against which moths were blundering, met us in a place which seemed to be the bottom of a well, for the black shadows which rose around us shut out all but a few stars. The men raised joyous cries at the sight of Hill, and they took this stranger on trust. We fed in a hut which was 4 poles and a roof. One pole had a hurricane lamp tied to it. There was an enormous quiet, which the men seemed to delight in breaking with their voices. 4 planks nailed unevenly to uprights was our table, and we sat crooked on a similar but lower construction. We ate out of enameled plates and iron instruments, and it was very good indeed. There were 4 of us who were white, and we were babes in the wood. One of us pretended he was playing a Jew's harp, sang songs riotously, and then began to talk long and earnestly of New York. These men lived in 4 railway wagons, which had doors made of copper gauze, berths with mosquito bars, and portraits of the folk at home, and in the case of the doctor, the wagon smelt of iodoform, had 1 wall full of bottles, and a table with a board and chessmen. In one of those wagons I lay down to sleep under a net, but the blanket felt damp and had a foreign smell. My thoughts crowded me. For long I had listened to so much jungle pressing close to my bed, waiting for it to make known its near but unseen presence with a voice, but it did not. Next morning at sunrise the train moved forward to the construction camp at the Rio Caracoles. I rode in a truck pushed on the front of the locomotive, perched there with some engineers who kept a careful eye on the track. I saw at once why the train did not proceed at night. It was too speculative altogether. Behind us, the locomotive's smokestack rolled like a steamer's funnel when a beam sea is running. This part of the line crossed many ravines, where we looked down upon the treetops, and went on a fragile wooden bridge which crossed a vacancy like that. Such movements of the drunken engine behind us became dazzling. Then, too, there were some high fills, or embankments. After heavy rains, these have a habit of retiring from the metals, which are left looped and twisted in midair. An engineer told me that one cannot always tell when an embankment is on the point of retiring. He was carefully watching, however. But we reached the construction camp. At the construction camp by the side of the Rio Caracoles, we stayed 2 days. There was the end of the line, and the men who were growing the track were so busy that I was left to my own devices. Till the railway men came, none but the Curipuna Indians knew what was there. So into the woods, of course, I would go, trying every track which led from the camp. A botanist might have seen some difference from the forest at Portobello, but I could not discover any. In appearance it was exactly the same. The trees mostly were arborescent laurels, I believe, with smooth brown boles, which were botched through their outer cuticle peeling away, much in the manner of that of the plane tree. The brown parchments of their laurel-like leaves covered the floor of the woods. The trees were rarely of great diameter, but their crowns were so distant that nothing could be made of their living foliage. I saw no flowers at all. There were few orchids, but the large, shapely, emerald-colored leaves of pothos plants were very frequent, sitting in the angles of branches and trunk. Aloft was always the wreckage of vines suspended, as vaguely seen and as motionless as cobwebs and dilapidations in the overhead darkness of high vaults. I rarely heard a sound in that forest, though there was a bird which called. I often heard it in the woods of the upper Madeira. It called thrice, as a boy who whistles shrilly through his fingers. A long call, then another whistle in the same key, followed instantly by a falling note. One delightful walk was along a path which had not been made by the railway men, for it was evidently old, as it ran, a cleft in the trees, not through broken timber, but in partial sunshine, with a mesh of vines and freely growing plants on either side. It led downwards to a small stream, which was cumbered with fallen and rotting timber, a cool hollow where ferns were abundant. It was in the woods at the Caracoles that I first saw the great morpho butterfly at home. This species, peculiar to South America, is rarely seen except in the shades of the virgin forest. One day, in the twilight aisles near the Caracoles camp, where nothing moved, and all was a grey monotone, it so surprised me with its happy undulating flight, as though it danced along and were in no hurry, its great size and its bright blue wings, that I rose mesmerized, stumbling after it through the dank litter, thoughtless of direction, not thinking of the danger of losing my way, thinking of nothing but that joyous, resplendent creature dancing ahead of me in the gloom, and just beyond my reach. Its polished blue wings flashed like speculae. It might have been a drifting fragment of sunny sky. I had never seen anything alive and so beautiful. A fall over a log brought me to sobriety, and when I looked up it was gone. Afterwards I saw many of them. Sometimes when walking the forest there would be morphos always in sight. The construction camp was not more than a month old. Perched on an escarpment by the line was a row of tents, and at the back of the tents some flimsy huts built of forest stuff. They stood about a ruin of felled trees, with a midden and its butterflies in the midst. Probably 30 white men were stationed there. They were then throwing a wooden bridge across the Caracoles. Most of them were young American civil engineers, though some were English, and when I found one of them, he happened to be a countryman of mine, balancing himself on a narrow beam high over a swift current, and regardless of the air heavy with vapor and the torrid sun, directing the disposal of awkward weights with a concentration and keenness which made me recall with regret the way I do things at times, I saw his profession with a new regard. I noticed the men of that transient little settlement in the wilds were in constant high spirits. They betrayed nothing of the gravity of their undertaking. They might have been boys employed at some elaborate jest, but it seemed to me to be a pose of hardiness. They repelled reality with a laugh and a hand clap to your shoulder. At our mess table, over the dishes of toucan and parrot supplied by the camp hunters, they rallied at each other boisterously. There was a touch of defiance in the way they referred to the sickness and the shadow, for it was notorious that changes were frequent in their little garrison. They were forced to talk of these changes, and this was the way they chose to do it, as if laughter was their only prophylactic. But such laughter, to a visitor who did not have to wait till fever took him, but could go when he liked, could be answered only with a friendly smile. Some of my cheery friends of the Caracoles were but the ghosts of men. Hill warned me late one afternoon to be ready to start at sunrise, and then went to play poker. On my way to my hut at sunset, I stopped to gossip with the young doctor, where he was busy dressing wounds at his surgery. The laborers, half-breeds, Brazilians, and Bolivian Spaniards, work being over, were giving the doctor a full evening with their ailments. Mostly these were skin troubles. The least abrasion in the tropics may spread to a horrid and persistent wound. The legs of the majority of these natives were unpleasant with livid scars. In one case, a vampire bat had punctured a man's arm near the elbow when he slept, and that little wound had grown disastrously. We were in a region where the pium flies swarmed, tiny black insects which alight on the hands and face, perhaps a dozen at a time, and gorge themselves, though you may be unconscious of it. Where the pium fly feeds, it leaves a dot of extravasated blood, which remains for weeks, so that most of us were speckled. Even these minute wounds were liable to become deep and bad. There were larger flies which put their eggs in the human body, where they hatch with dire results. Do not think the splendid tropics have nothing but verdure, orchids, butterflies, and coral snakes banded orange and black and crimson and black. So the doctor was a busy man that evening. The floor of his surgery was made of unequal boughs. The walls and roof were of dried fronds. A lamp was slung on a doorpost. He was a young American, and he did not grumble at his bumpy floor, the bad light, the appliances and remedies which were all one should expect of the jungle, nor the number of his patients, except comically. He told me he was rather keen on the diseases of the tropics. He liked them. I should think he must have liked them. He was merrily insolent with those swarthy and melancholy men, and they smiled back sadly at the clever, handsome, and lively youngster. He was quick in his decisions, deft, insistent, kind, and thorough, working down that file of pitiable humanity, as careful with the last of the long row as with the first, telling me as he went along much that I had never heard before, with demonstrations. "Don't go," he cried, when I would have left him, for I thought it might be he was as kind with this stranger as he was with the others. "Ah, don't go. Let me hear a true word or two." He said he would give me a treat if I stayed. He finished, put his materials away deliberately, accurately, his back to me, while I saluted him as a fine representative of ours. He turned, free of his task and jolly, and produced that treat of his, 2 bottles of treasured and precious ginger ale. It was a miracle performed. We talked until the light went out. Much later, a cry in the woods woke me. It was yet dark, but I could see Hill up and fumbling with his accoutrements. Out I jumped, though still unreasonably tired and sleepily dressed. When I turned to Hill to see if he was ready, he was then under his net, watching me. He explained he had just returned from poker, and was wondering why I was dressing, but did not like to ask, knowing that Englishmen have ways that are not American. So the sun was up long before we were, though presently in a small canoe we embarked on the Caracoles. This tributary of the Madeira comes from nobody knows where. It is a river of the kind which explorers in these forests have sometimes mentioned, to our fearful joy. The sunlight hardly reached the water. The river was merely a drain burrowing under the jungle. The forest on its banks met overhead. There was little foliage below. We saw but the base of the forest, gray columns that might have been of stone, upholding a darkness from which dead stuff suspended. The canoe had to dodge the lianas, which dropped to the water. The noise of our paddles conveyed us downstream, a rout of panic echoes trying to escape. We came to an opening in full daylight presently, and landed by a mule corral, and I began a lonely ride with Hill through the forest. The mule was such a docile little brown creature that I was left in the silence to my thoughts, which were interrupted now and then by the wandering blue flame of a morpho. My mule followed Hill's mule along a winding trail, and our leader was nearly always out of sight. I do not remember much of my first ride in the forest. I had an impression of being at a viewless distance from the sun. We were on the abysmal floor of a growth which was not trees, but the hoary pediments of a structure which was too high and vast for human sight. We rode in the basal gloom of it, no more than the lost ants there, at immeasurable depth in the atmosphere. The roof of the world was far away. Somewhere was the sun, for occasionally there was a well which its light had filled, and a grove of green palms, complete and personal, standing at the bottom of the well, living in reasonable shapes. Or one of the morphos would flicker along those spectral bastions, aerial and bright as a fairy in Hades. The somber mind caught it at once, an unexpected gleam of hope, a bright blue thought to set among one's shapeless fears. We descended into hollows, going down into darker fathoms of the shades, mounted again through brighter suffusions of day, and in a while came out upon the open lane in the woods, the long cut in the jungle made for the railway when it should get so far. Now I could see my companion. He was from Texas, and it was easy to guess that. In the long rides which followed, in the land where we looked upon what was there for the first time since Genesis, where we might have been in the hush of the seventh day, so new, strange, and quiet was all, the figure ahead of me, with its long boots, negligent black shirt, the guns about the waist, and the hat with its extravagant size notably raked, made me stop at times to assure myself that I was not pursuing a daydream of boyhood, too much Mayne Reid in my head, especially when my wild and improbable companion paused under a group of statuesque palms and looked back at me, I suppose to make sure that I was still there, and that the silence had not absorbed me utterly, a faint rustle of intruding sound in a virgin and absorbent world. And again I remember the sparkle and lift of early morning there. The air was new, it was stimulative, it recharged me with buoyant youth. To breathe that air in the fresh of the morning was exultation, and to see the young sunlight on the ardent foliage was to know the springs of life were full. That was at the breakfast hour, when the campfires crackled and were aromatic, the smoke going straight to the treetops. Then quickly the narrow track through the forest filled with day, increased in heat till I felt I could bear no more of it, and so gazed vacantly at the mule's ears, merely enduring and numb. The vitality of the morning went, and in the fierce pour of light I looked no more to the strange leaves and vines, the curious fronds, the ant-hills by the way, the butterflies and birds, but had only a dull dread that the avenue through which we were riding was straight and interminable. There was no escape from the heat. There were no openings through which we could retreat under the trees. The air was immobile. The air itself was the incumbent heat. The only shadows were under the mules' bellies. Cruel and relentless noons! How the surveyors endured it, standing for long eyeing their exacting instruments in such a defeating glare, I do not know. At the end of each day my pigskin leggings were like wet brown paper with sweat, and my hands crinkled and bleached as though they had been in a soda bath. We reached another and greater tributary of the Madeira, the Rio Hasiparana. Here there was a very extensive clearing, as great as the one at Portobello. The bridging of the Hasi would be a considerable undertaking. Consequently, there were numerous huts dotted about the rough open ground, but I think the original intention in cutting back the jungle to such an extent was that in the days to come a town would grow there. I imagine it will not, and that the project is abandoned. In one of my early walks in the woods, I came by chance upon the new cemetery. It was already large. The Hasi country has proved to be more than usually unhealthy. The ground was cleared down to a coarse herbage, round which stood shadowing trees. Little crucifixes, made by splitting a stick and putting another stick crosswise in the slit, were planted at all sorts of drunken angles in the ground. One large cross in the center stood for all the dead. There were no names given. A Brazil nut tree grew alongside this graveyard in the jungle, so that the flock of screaming parrots about its foliage were but drifting black specks. Because Hill had a touch of the fever, we stayed for some days by the Hasi. I had a hut given to me, typical of the rest, but I was so much alone in it that hut on the Hasi, where our remoteness from human things tested and known, the aloofness and quiet of the forest, the deadly nature of the romantic and beautiful river bank where we were marooned, and the sickness of my friend Hill, threw me upon my center, and I began even to talk to myself, and received such an impress of the minute details of my little habitation that, ephemeral as it was and now long since gone, it endures, of colored and indestructible stuff, with a sunny portal I still can enter whenever my mind turns that way. It was of 4 palm trunks lapped round and over with mats of leaves. The floor was of untrimmed branches, 2 feet from the earth, and their unexpected inequalities, never remembered, were always jolting my thoughts as I walked across. They were crooked, and I could see the dusty earth 2 feet beneath where brown and green lizards ran. At one end was a veranda with a narrow floor made of the lids of soap and dynamite boxes, and laid without any idea that some curious tenant might wish to read the manufacturers' full names and see their complete trademarks. It was a puzzle. There was nothing to do, and I searched long on my veranda floor for the clue to one embarrassing fragment of a stenciled word. Hill sometimes huddled on a hammock on one side of the veranda, a leg hanging limply over, his thin, sallow face drawn and resting on his breast, and his eyes shut, and I sat near him on the rail, silent, alone with any thought I met, and gazing blankly down the steep slope, past 2 tall Brazil nut trees, to the half-hidden Rio Hasi below, and the roof of the forest opposite, over which the sun set each day in uplifted splendor. I remembered but one conversation during that wait. An elderly white man came up to the veranda one evening and murmured something to Hill, who opened his eyes and looked at the visitor under weary lids. This man was one of Hill's subordinates. He had something to say of the work, but one could hardly call it speech. The flow of his life was so weak that he could do no more than lift a few small words from his gaping mouth between his breaths. He held on to the veranda. His loose clothes hung straight down from his bones. The veins were in blue knots on his forehead. "Say," said Hill, rousing himself, "I want you to ride to the Caracoles, go down to Portobello, and take this note to the hospital." The man said nothing, but nodded. Hill scrawled his note, and the man left. "He'll be dead in a month," said Hill, 5 minutes after the man had gone. "But he would not go to the hospital for his health. I have to pretend that he must go for mine. He may as well die in a comfortable bed. I wish those damned parrots would cease." They were somewhere down by the river, unseen, but the sound there was, their voices long, keen, and distracting flaws in the pellucid and colored dayfall. One morning we crossed the Hasi, and on the opposite shore some mules were already geared with Texan saddles, the hombres at their heads, waiting for us. I considered my mule. He was a big, gray, upstanding fellow with the legs and feet of a racehorse, the head of a hammer, and alert and inquisitive ears. He was very much alive. I had no doubt he could leave anywhere like light when he had a mind for it. So that I turned to Hill and said, "Is mine a quiet animal? Is he vicious?" "Oh, say," said my guide, glancing carelessly at my dubious mount, "I guess he's just a mule." When a hombre shouted at my mule, he stepped briskly, with more than a hint of the malicious rebel in his gait. I knew it would happen, and it did. One foot was no sooner buried in a wooden shoe called a stirrup than he was off like an explosion. A desperate leap got my other leg over my traveling sack, lashed on his rump, and I came down in the saddle, much surprised. Texan saddles are not leather pads for riding domestic creatures, but thrones for ruling devils, and the bit would have broken the mouth of a hippopotamus. The brute stopped, turned back one ear, and his thought was in his swivel eye. "You wait," I saw him say. In the few engrossing moments when his body was expanding and contracting under me, I got some idea of the force I was supposed to guide, and it did not make my mind easy, for an office chair had been my most unstable seat till then. Yet off we went quietly along the track, and Hill was in front, and my mule was as meek as a sheep. There came a swamp into which he went to the knees, and I dismounted, jumping from hummock to hummock, encouraging him and showing him the best places. His brown eyes were like those of a good woman. So leaning forward when we were through, I patted his sleek neck and gave him pleasant words. Afterwards, when he showed a certain precious care in different places, for the country was very broken, stepping like a tightrope walker, I was fool enough to think it was because of our understanding, though I believe he would have deceived everybody. At noon we left the track and entered the forest by a path so narrow that the trees touched our legs, and sometimes we had just time to duck beneath a noose which a liana dangled in our faces. It was a low and narrow tunnel, and descended to a bottom where a shallow stream brawled among the granite boulders. Thence up the trail went through the trees and vines again, and at last we came a little clearing, where there was a hut, and men who would give us meat and drink. We dismounted. I rubbed my mule's soft nose, and spoke him playfully as a familiar, but when entering the hut was rebuked by a man there for making a short cut round the heels of my mule. Never do it. Don't give him a chance. A mule will be peaches for 10 years waiting for the sure chance of getting his heels right on your stomach. They're not horses, them mules. They don't bite and they don't muzzle you to show friendly. They've got no feelings. That chap of yours, his mother was an ass, and his father was old Sulfurnio himself. But they've all got one good point. They're all barren. The mule stood deep in thought till I was mounted again, then instantly bolted back along the path which led to the ravine. The idle hombre had mishandled the reins, and I could get no pull. I went across that clearing like, so Hill said afterwards, Todd Sloane up. The beast, his ears back, was in a frenzy, and the convulsions of his powerful body made my thoughts pallid and ghastly. Nothing but disaster could stop him, and the black mouth of that steep tunnel in the forest yawned before us and grew larger, though not large enough. He took the opening as clean as a lucky shot, but I was laid carefully along his back. Why we missed the tangle of woods and rocks in that precipitate descent is known only to my lucky stars. I had my feet from the stirrup, my toes hooked on his rump, one arm round the horn of the saddle, and the other stretched along his sawing neck. I saw the roots and stones leap up and by us, close to my face. Several things occurred to me, and one was that some methods of dire fate were fatuous and undignified. I wondered also whether I should be taken back to the ship or buried there. The impetus of the brute, which I expected would send us somersaulting among the rocks of the bottom, took him partly up the hither slope, and soon he had to gather his haunches for the upward leaps. I slipped off. He swung round at the length of the reins and eyed me, cocking his ears derisively. A horse's nerves are human-like, and a horse would have been in a muck, but this murderous mule was calm and mocking. I watched him and listened for an obscene and confident guffaw. I found afterwards that punishment has no more effect on them than kindness. There is no guidance in this matter. Take the mule all round. It is dealing with the uncanny. It is better to cross yourself when you go near a mule. Every morning about camp we would watch the hombres gather up those pensive and placid creatures. They were sleek, lissom, and beautiful, and it was a pleasure to watch them. But as soon as the business of the day began, one of the mules, and there was no prophecy as to which one it would be, became a homicidal maniac. At one camp it was necessary to keep 100 or more mules in reserve, and there, for their health, a sane old horse was kept also. The horse was a knacker's body, a sorry spectacle, and in that climate he but pottered around waiting for disease to take him. He was smaller than the fine and healthy mules, but the respect the hammerheads had for him was comical and a great help to the men. Without the horse, it would have been opening the door of an asylum to have let the mules out of the corral to water at the river. But he led the way, and they bunched around him bashfully and followed him to the stream. He took no notice of them whatever. He did not flatter them by pretending to be aware of their existence. When he had had his fill, he turned and ambled through them, scorning to see them, and returned to the corral. Round went all the mules nearest to him, and any of them on the outskirts of the mob that stayed on because they did not see him go lost their heads, when they looked up and risked their necks in shortcuts through the timber. "Ho, mules!" would shout the hombres in alarm, for even mules cost money. The land through which we were riding shall have a little railway there some day, if the men who are building it keep their hearts of brass, and refuse in working hours to remember London and New York. When it is there, that short line, it will begin and end in places having names which will convey little meaning to people outside Brazil, but to know what endurance of valor, but chiefly what raillery and light-hearted disregard for the gods who put baleful forests guarded by dragons. The dragons of mythology were lambs to what mosquitoes are, in the path of weak men pursuing their purpose. To know what has gone to the building of that track, though it nowhere plainly shows, for the graveyards are casual and obscure, brings you to a stand, surprised into awe of your fellows, as though through a coarse disguise you caught a gleam of divinity. Something shows, a light shows, which is beyond human. Would men be so prodigal of life and time if they were not aware of their great wealth? I don't know. My travels never brought me to that ultimate assurance. But I did see that my fellow men are indifferent, spendthrift with their known and scanty store as though they were immortals, the remittance men of great Jove. I have no doubt now the line will be finished some day, but there were times, riding along the roughly cleared trail where it is to be, and we came upon places where men, in a spasm of pointless and soon expiring energy, had scratched and mauled the pristine earth, when I did not think so. Always the same dumb mystery was about us at noon as at nightfall. I felt we were lost in the back of the world, that we had crossed the boundary beyond which the voice of traffic never goes, and were idly wandering on the confines of oblivion. Sometimes I had that consciousness of futility which comes to us when, in sleep, we are earnest in the absurd activities of a dream, one point of the reason remaining awake to wonder at the antics of the busy but blind mind. Why was I there at all? Was I there? Those forlorn spots in the forest where our fellows had been before us, which we two riders overlooked alone, seemed to show that those men, while in the midst of their feverish labor, had recovered their minds, and had seen the wilderness was too vast, was unconquerable, and they had fled. There before us was what they had done. A deep trench would be in the track, the sand thrown up on either side. Some dead trees would be prone in our path, and we would have to ride around them. There would be a few empty huts of leaves, with old ashes at entrances, and a midden with its usual gorgeous butterflies. There would not be a sign of life, except the butterflies over the refuse, and not a sound or a movement but a clink from our own harness, and heads of our mules impatient with the flies. Over the evidence of man's far-fetched enterprise and industry, his short and ferocious attack on the wild, brooded the forest. That bent over us, and it might have been solicitous and compassionate, or it might have been merely curious about the behavior of the surprising creatures who had come there for the first time, and had been so active for a while. Sitting in the pour of the sun, looking upon the scanty work of my fellows, and then upon the near watchful ranks of that continent of trees, pressing close to regard the grave-like trench into which man's hope might have been thrown, I had a dread of the easy and enduring dominion of those powers which were before man. We would ride on then, sometimes up to our saddles in swamps, and every day I lost faith that there was any company of our fellows in that desolation who would take our mules at nightfall and show hammocks for our rest. But always before night caught us we would spy a few huts diminutive under the cliffs of forest, land ho! And the little outpost of the 2 or 3 engineers and a doctor would meet us as we came up. Such a camp was like finding security and fellowship again after the uncertainty and emptiness of the sea. The voices of new friends disarmed the forest. It was not curious that we found it so easy to talk and laugh. One such camp I remember well. We came upon it late, and my bones, through a longer ride than usual in the wooden saddle, had grown into an unjointed frame. This was the real meaning of fatigue. My body was a comprehensive ache. Yet my mind was alert and buoyant, and I remembered that perhaps it was so because I had been well bitten by the mosquitoes of the Hasi piranha, a first effect of the inoculation, so I swallowed 20 grains of my store of quinine. You in settled lands, unless you have been very poor indeed, and know what trouble is and what friends are, have never seen the face of your brother, nor the security of evening when you have found, without expecting it, shelter for the night. You don't know what the taste of bread and meat is, nor the savor of tobacco, nor what comfortable security is the whispering of a comrade unseen in the shadows of a resting place, nor what it is to sleep. I found those gifts are not means to life only, but reasons for living too, something to live for. With these at nightfall, our frail little hut, beleaguered in the limitless woods, the shack in which the ants and spiders swarmed and gross insects rang on the metal lamp, where we loafed in hammocks, smoking, and listened to the cries of we knew not what in the unknown about us, was impregnable to the hosts of darkness. Perhaps I remember that camp so well because it was a night of full moon. There were 3 huts. We were deep in the trees. The dark walls of that Chapter 6, Part 1. When in the neighborhood of the Giro Falls, we returned to the camp known as 22, which was merely a couple of huts, the station of 2 English surveyors, who had with them a small party of Bolivians. The Bolivian frontier was then but a little distance to the southwest. We rested for a day there and planned to make a journey of 10 miles across country to the falls of the Caldeirão do Inferno. By doing so, we should save the worrying return ride along the track to the Rio Hasiparana. For the Caldeirão a launch was kept, and in that we could shoot the rapids and reach the camp on the Hasi 2 days earlier. Some haste was necessary now, for my steamer must be nearing her sailing time. And again I agreed the more readily to the plan of making a traverse of the forest, because it would give me the opportunity of seeing the interior of the virgin jungle away from any track. Though I had been so long in a land which was all forest, I had not been within the universal growth, except for little journeys on used trails. A journey across country in the Amazon country is never made by the Brazilians. The only roads are the rivers. It is a rare traveler who goes through those forests, guided only by a compass and his lure of the wilderness. That for months I had never been out of sight of the jungle, and yet had rarely ventured to turn aside from a path for more than a few paces, is some indication of its character. At the camp where we were staying, I was told that once a man had gone merely within the screen of leaves, and then no doubt had lost, for a few moments, his sense of direction of the camp. He was never seen again. The equatorial forest is popularly pictured as a place of bright and varied colors, with extravagant flowers, an abundance of fruits, and huge trees hung with creepers, where lurk many venomous but beautiful snakes with gem-like eyes, and a multitude of birds as bright as the flowers. Paradise indeed, though haunted by a peril. Those details are right, but the picture is wrong. It is true that some of the birds are decorated in a way which makes the most beautiful of our temperate birds seem dull, but the toucans and macaws of the Madeira forest, though common, are not often seen, and when they are seen, they are likely to be but obscure atoms drifting high in a white light. About the villages and in the clearings, there are usually many superb butterflies and moths, and a varied wealth of vegetation not to be matched outside the tropics, and there will be the fireflies and odors and evening pathways. But the virgin forest itself soon becomes but a green monotony, which, through extent and mystery, dominates and compels to awe and some dread. You will see it daily, but will not often approach it. It has no splendid blossoms, none, that is, which you will see except by chance, as by luck one day I saw from the steamer's bridge some trees in blossom, domes of lilac surmounting the forest levels. Trees are always in blossom there, for it is a land of continuous high summer, and there are orchids always in flower, and palms and vines that fill acres of forest with fragrance, palms and other trees which give wine and delicious fruits, and somewhere hidden there are the birds and the tropical picture, and dappled jaguars perfect in coloring and form, and brown men and women who have strange gods. But they are lost in the ocean of leaves, as are the pearls and wonders in the deep. You will remember the equatorial forest, but as a gloom of foliage, in which all else that showed was rare and momentary, was foundered and lost to sight instantly, as an unusual ray of colored light in one mid-ocean wave gleams, and at once goes, and your surprise at its apparition fades too, and again there is but the empty desolation which is forever but vastness somberly bright. One morning, wondering greatly what we should see in the place where we should be the first men to go, Hill and I left Camp 22 and returned a little along the track. It was a hot, still morning. A vanilla vine was in fragrant flower somewhere, unseen but unescapable. My little unknown friend in the woods, who calls me at odd times, but I think chiefly when I am near a stream, by whistling thrice, let me know he was about. Hill said he thinks he has seen him, and that my little friend looks like a blackbird. On the track in many places were objects which appeared to be long cups inverted, of unglazed ware. Picking up one, I found it was the cap to a mine of ants, the inside of the clay cup being hollowed in a perfect circle and remarkably smooth. A paca dived into the scrub near us. It was early morning, scented with vanilla, and the intricacy of leaves was radiant. Nowhere in the screen could I see a place through which it was possible to crawl to whatever was behind it. The front of leaves was unbroken. Hill presently bent double and disappeared, and I followed in the break he made. So we went for about 10 minutes, my leader cutting obstructions with his machete, and mostly we had to go almost on hands and knees. The undergrowth was green, but in the etiolated way of plants which have little light, though that may have been my fancy. One plant was very common, making light green feathery barriers. I think it was a climbing bamboo. Its stem was vapid and of no diameter, and its grass-like leaves grew in whorls at the joints. It extended incredible distances. We got out of that margin of undergrowth, which springs up quickly when light is let into the woods, as it was there through the cutting of the track, and found ourselves on a bare floor where the trunks of arborescent laurels grew so thickly together that our view ahead was restricted to a few yards. We were in the forest. There was a pale tinge of day, but its origin was uncertain, for overhead no foliage could be seen, but only deep shadows from which long ropes were hanging without life. In that obscurity were points of light, as if a high roof had lost some tiles. Hill set a course almost due south, and we went on, presently descending to a deep, clear stream over which a tree had fallen. Shafts of daylight came down to us there, making the sandy bottom of the stream luminous as by a lantern, and betraying crowds of small fishes. As we climbed the tree to cross upon it, we disturbed several morphos. We had difficulties beyond in a hollow where the bottom of the forest was lumbered with fallen trees, dry rubbish, and thorns, and once, stepping on what looked timber solid enough, its treacherous shell collapsed, and I went down in a cloud of dust and ants. In clearing this wreckage, which was usually as high as our faces, and doubly confused by the darkness, the involutions of dead thorny creepers, and clouds of dried foliage, Hill got at fault with our direction, but reassured himself, though I don't know how. But I think with the certain knowledge that if we went south long enough we should strike the Madeira somewhere. And on we went. For hours we continued among the trees, seldom knowing what was ahead of us for any distance, surviving points of noise intruding again after long in the dusk of limbo. So still and nocturnal was the forest that it was real only when its forms were close. All else was phantom and of the shades. There was not a green sign of life and not a sound. Resting once under a tree, I began to think there was a conspiracy implied in that murk and awful stillness, and that we should never come out again into day and see a living earth. Hill sat looking out, and said, as if in answer to an unspoken thought of mine, which had been heard because there was less than no sound there, that men who were lost in the woods soon went mad. Then he led on again. This forest was nothing like the paradise a tropical wild is supposed to be. It was as uniformly dingy as the old stones of a London street on a November evening. We did not see a movement, except when the morphos started from the uprooted tree. Once I heard the whistle call us from the depths of the forest, urgent and startling. And now, when in a London byway I hear a boy call his mate in a shrill whistle, it puts about me again the spectral aisles, and that unexpected quiet of the sepulchre, which is more than mere absence of sound, for the dead who should have no voice. This central forest was really the vault of the long-forgotten, dank, mouldering, dark, abandoned to the accumulations of eld and decay. The tall pillars rose, upholding night, and they might have been bastions of weathered limestone and basalt, for they were as grim, as ancient and ruinous masonry. There was no undergrowth. The ground was hidden in a ruin of perished stuff, uprooted trees, parchments of leaves, broken boughs, and moneyed husks, the iron globes of nuts and pods. There was no day, but some breaks in the roof or points of remote starlight. The crowded columns mounted straight and far, almost branchless, fading into indistinction. Out of that overhead obscurity hung a wreckage of distorted cables, binding the trees, and often reaching the ground. The trees were seldom of great girth, though occasionally there was a dominant basaltic pillar, its roots meandering over the floor like streams of old lava. The smooth ridges of such a fantastic complexity of roots were sometimes breast-high. The walls ran up the trunk, projecting from it as flat buttresses for great heights. We would crawl round such an occupying structure, diminished groundlings, as one would move about the base of a foreboding plutonic building whose limits and meaning were ominous and baffling. There were other great trees with compound boles, built literally of bundles of round stems, intricate Gothic pillars, some of the props having fused in places. Every tree was the support of a parasite community, lianas swathing it and binding it. One vine molded itself to its host, a flat and wide compress, as though it were plastic. We might have been witnessing what had been a riot of manifold and insurgent life. It had been turned to stone when in the extreme pose of striving violence. It was all dead now. But what if these combatants had only paused as we appeared? It was a thought which came to me. The pause might be but an appearance for our deception. Indeed, they were all fighting as we passed through, those still and fantastic shapes, a war ruthless but slow, in which the battle day was ages long. They seemed but still. We were deceived. If time had been accelerated, if the movements in that war of phantoms had been speeded, we should have seen what really was there, the greater trees running upwards to starve the weak of light and food, and heard the continuous collapse of the failures, and have seen the lianas writhing and constricting manifestly like serpents, throttling and eating their hosts. We did see the dead everywhere, shells with the worms at them. Yet it was not easy to be sure that we saw anything at all, for these were not trees, but shapes in a region below the day, a world sunk abysmally from the land of living things, to which light but thinly percolated down to two travelers moving over its floor, trying to get out to their own place. Late in the afternoon we were surprised by a steep hill in our way where the forest was more open. Palms became conspicuous on the slopes, and the interior of the somber woods was lighted with bright and graceful foliage. The wild banana was frequent, its long rippling pennant showing everywhere. The hill rose sharply, perhaps for 600 feet, and over its surface were scattered large stones, and stones are rare indeed in the land of vegetable humus. They were often 6 inches in diameter, and I should have said that they were water-worn, but that I had seen them in situ at one camp, where they occurred but little below the surface in a friable sandstone, the largest of them easily broken in the hand, for they were but ferrous concretions of quartz grains. After exposure to the air, they so hardened that they could be fractured only with difficulty. We kept along the ridge of the hill, finding breaks in the forest through which, as through unexpected windows, we could see, for a wonder, over the roof of the forest, looking out of our prison to a wide world, where the sun was declining. In the southwest we caught the gleam of the Madeira, and beyond it saw a continuation of the range of hills on which we stood. In the low ground between the hill range and the river the forest was lower, and was so tangled a mass that I doubted whether we could make a way through it. We happened upon a deserted Carapuna village, 3 large sheds without sides, each but a ragged thatch propped on 4 legs. The clearing was just large enough to hold them. I could find no relics of the forest folk about. Damp leaves were thick on the floor of each shelter. But it was lucky we found the huts, for thence a trail led us to the river. We emerged suddenly from the forest just as one goes through a little door into the open street. We were on the bank of the Madeira by the upper falls of the Calderau. It was still a great river, with the wall of the forest opposite, just above which the sunset was flaming, so far away that its tree trunks were but vertical lines of silver and dark cliffs. A track used by the Bolivian rubber boatmen led us downstream to the camp by the lower falls. It was night when we got to the 3 huts of the camp, and the river could not be seen, but it was heard, a continuous low thundering. Sometimes a greater shock of deep waters falling, an orgasm of the flood pouring unseen, more violent than the rest, made the earth tremulous. Men held up lanterns to our faces and led us to a hut. It was but the usual roof of leaves. We rested in hammocks slung between the posts, and I ached in every limb. But here we were at last, and there's no more luxurious bed than a hammock, yielding and resilient, as though you were cradled on air. And there is no pipe like that smoked in a hammock at night in the tropics, after a day of toil and anxiety in a dissolving heat, for the heat makes a pipe bitter and impossible. But if a tropic night is cool and cloudless, it comes like a benediction, and the silence is a peace that is below you and around, and as high as the stars towards which your face is turned. The ropes of the hammock creaked. Sometimes a man spoke quietly, as though he were at a great distance. The sound of the water receded, was heard only as in sleep, and it might have been the loud murmur of the spinning globe, heard because we had left this world, and had leisure for trifles in a securer world apart. In the morning, while they prepared the little steam launch for its journey down the rapids, I had time to climb about the smooth granite boulders of the foreshore below the hut. A rock is so unusual in this country that it is a luxury when found. The granite was bare, but in its crevices grew cacti and other plants with flashy leaves and swollen stems. Shadowing the hut was a tree bearing trumpet-shaped flowers, and before the blossoms hummingbirds were hovering, glowing in evanescent morsels, remaining miraculously suspended when inserting their long bills into the flowers, their little wings beating so rapidly that the air seemed visible and radiant about them. Another tree here interested me, for it was Bates Askew, the only one I saw. It was a large tree with palmate leaves having 7 fingers. Ugly spines studded even its brown trunk. I looked out on the river dubiously. A rocky island was just offshore, crowned with trees. Between us and the island, and beyond, the waters heaved and circled, evidently of great depth, and fearfully disturbed and swift. It looked all its name, the Calderao do Inferno, Hell's Cauldron. There was not much white and broken water, but its surface was always changing, whirlpools forming and revolving, then disappearing in long, wrenched strands of water. Sometimes a big tree would leap out of the water, as though it had traveled upwards from the bottom, and then would vanish again. We set out upon it with an engine-man and 2 half-breeds, and went off obliquely for mid-stream. The engine-man and navigator was a fair-haired German. If the river had been sane and usual, I should have had my eyes on the forest which stood along each shore, for few white men had ever looked upon it. But the river took our minds, and never in bad weather in the western ocean have I seen water so full of menace. Yet below the falls it was silent and unbroken. It was its smooth swiftness, its strange checks and mysterious and deep convulsions, as though the river-bed itself was insecure, the startling whirlpools which appeared without warning, circling depressions on the surface in which our launch would have been but a straw, which shocked the mind. It was stealthy and noiseless. The water was but an inch or 2 below our gunwale. We saw trees afloat, greater and heavier than our midget of a craft, shooting down the gently inclined, shining expanse just as we were, and express. And then, as if an awful hand had grasped them from below, they were pulled under, and we saw them no more. Or, again, and near to us and ahead, a tree bole would shoot from below like an arrow, though no tree had been drifting there. The shores were far away. The water ahead grew worse. The German crouched by his little throbbing engine, looking anxiously, I could see his fixed stare, over the bows. We were traveling indeed now. The boat, in a rapid tremor, and oscillating violently, was clutched to the keel by something, which coiled strongly about us, gripped us, and held us. And the boat, mad and terrified, in an effort to escape, made a circuit, the water lipping at her gunwale and coming over the bows. The river seemed poised a foot above the bows, ready to pour in and swamp us. The German tried to get her head downstream. Hills began tearing at his ammunition belt, and I stooped and tugged at my bootlaces. The boat jumped as if released. The German turned around on us, grinning. "It is all right," he said. He began to roll a cigarette nervously. "We pull it off all right," said the German, wetting his cigarette paper. The boat was free, dancing lightly along. The little engine was singing quickly and freely. The Madeira here was as wide as in its lower reaches, with many islands. There were hosts of waterfowl. We landed once at a rubber hunter's sitio on the right bank. Its owner, a Bolivian, and his pretty Indian wife, who had tattoo marks on her forehead, made much of us and gave us coffee. They had an orchard of guavas, and there, for it was long since I had tasted fruit, I was an immoderate thief, in spite of a pet curassow which followed me through the garden with distracting pecks. The Rio Hasi Parana, a blackwater stream, opened up soon after we left the sitio. The boundary between the clay-colored flood of the Madeira and the dark water of the tributary was straight and distinct. From a distance the black water seemed like ink, but we found it quite clear and bright. The Hasi is not an important branch river, but it was, at this period of the rains, wider than the Thames at Richmond, and without doubt very much deeper. The appearance of the forest on the Hasi was quite different from the palisades of the parent stream. On the Madeira there is commonly a narrow shelf of bank, above which the jungle rises as would a sheer cliff. The Hasi had no banks. The forest was deeply submerged on either side, and whenever an opening showed in the woods we could see the waters within, but could not see their extent because of the interior gloom. The outer foliage was awash, and mounted, not straight, but in rounded clouds. For the first time I saw many vines and trees in flower, presumably because we were nearer the roof of the woods. One tree was loaded with the pendant pear-shaped nests of those birds called hang nests, and scores of the beauties in their black and gold plumage were busy about their homes, which resembled monstrous fruits. Another tree was weighted with the large racemes of orange-colored blossoms, but as the launch passed close to it, we discovered the blooms were really bunches of caterpillars. The Hasi appeared to be a haunt of alligators, but all we saw of them was their snouts, which moved over the surface of the water out of our way like rubber balls afloat and mysteriously propelled. I had a sight, too, of that most regal of the eagles, the harpy, for one, well within view, lifted from a tree ahead, and sailed finely over the river and away. That night I slept again in my old hut at the Hasi camp, and with Hill and another official set off early next morning for the construction camp on Rio Caracoles, which we hoped to reach before the commissary train left for Portobello. At Portobello the capella was, and I wished, perhaps as much as I have ever wished for anything, that I should not be left behind when she departed. I knew she must be on the point of sailing. My two companions had reasons of their own for thinking the catching of that train was urgently necessary. In our minds we were already settled and safe in a wagon, comfortable among the empty boxes, going back to the place where the crowd was. But still we had some way to ride, and I must tell you, I was now possessed of all I desired of the tropical forest, and had but one fixed idea in my dark mind, but one bright star shining there. I had turned about and was going home, and now must follow hard and unswervingly that star in the east of my mind. The rhythmic movements of the mule under me, only my legs knew he was there, formed in my mind a darkened refrain. Get out of it. Get out of it. And at last there were the huts and tents of the Caracoles, still and quiet under the vertical sun. No train was there, nor did it look a place for trains. My steamer was 60 miles away, beyond a track along which further riding was impossible, and where walking for more than 2 miles could not be even considered. The train, the boys told us blithely, went back half an hour before. The audience of trees regarded my consternation with the indifference I had begun to hate with some passion. The boys naturally expected that we should take it in the right way for hot climates, without fuss, and that now they had some new gossip for the night. But they should have understood Hill better. My tall, gaunt leader waved them aside, for he was a man who could do things when there seemed nothing that one could do. "The terminus or bust," he cried. "Where's the boss?" He demanded a handcart and a crew. I thought he spoke in jest. A handcart is a contrivance propelled along railway metals by pumping at a handle. The handle connects with the wheels by a crank and cogs through a slot in the center of the platform, and you get 5 miles an hour out of it while the crew continues. For 60 miles in that heat, it was impossible. Yet Hill persisted. The cart was put on the metals, 5 half-breeds manned the pump handle, 3 facing the track ahead, 2 with their backs to it. We 3 passengers sat on the sides and front of the trolley. Away we went. The boys cheered and laughed, calling out to us the probabilities of our journey. We trundled round a corner, and already I had to change my cramped position. 58 miles to go. We sat with our legs held up out of the way of the vines and rocks by the track, and careful to remember that our craniums must be kept clear of the pump handle. The crew went up and down with fixed looks. The sun was the eye of the Last Judgment, and my lips were cracked. The trees made no sign. The natives went up and down. The forest went by tree. My tired and thoughtless legs dropped, and a thorn fastened its teeth instantly in my boots and nearly had me down. The trees went by one. There was a large black and yellow butterfly on a stone near us. I was surprised when no sound came as it made a grand movement upwards. Then, in the heart of nowhere, the trolley slackened and came to a stand. We had lost a pin. Half a mile back, we could hardly credit we really had found that pin, but there it was, and the men began to go up and down again. Hill got a touch of fever, and the natives had changed the color of impure tallow, and flung their perspiration on my face and hands as they swung mechanically. The poor wretches. We were done. The sun weighed untold tons. But the sun declined, some monkeys began to howl, and the sunset tempest sprang down on us its assault, shaking the high screens on either hand, and the rain beat with the roll of kettle drums. Then we got an upgrade, and 2 of the spent natives collapsed, their chests heaving. So I and the other chap stood up in the night, looked to the stars, from which no help could be got, took hold of the pump handle like gallant gentlemen, and tried to forget there were 20 miles to go. Away we went, jog uphill. I thought that gradient would not end until my heart and head had burst, but it did, just in time. We gathered speed on a downgrade. We flew. Presently the man with the fever yelled, "The brake! The brake!" But the brake was broken. The trolley was not running, but leaping in the dark. Every time it came down, it found the metals. A light was coming towards us on the line, and the others prepared to jump. I could not even see that light, for my back was turned to our direction, and I could not let go the flying handle, else would all control have gone, and also I should have been smashed. I shut my eyes, pumped swiftly and involuntarily, and waited for doom to hit me in the back. The blow was a long time coming. Then Hill's gentle voice remarked, "All right, boys, it's a firefly." I became only a piece of machinery, and pumped with no more feeling than a bolster. Shadows undulated by us everlastingly. I think my tongue was hanging out. Lights were really seen at last. Kind hands lifted us from the engine of torture, and I heard the remembered voice of the skipper. "Is he there? I thought it was a case." That night of my return, a full moon and a placid river showed me the Capella doubled, as in a mirror, and admiring the steamer's deep inverted shape, I saw a heartening portent. I saw steam escaping from the funnel, which was upside down. A great joy filled me at that, and I turned to the skipper as we strode over the ties of the jetty. "Yes, we go home tomorrow," he said. The bunk was superheated again by the engine room, but knowing the glad reason, I endured it with pleasure. Tomorrow we turned out. Yet on the morrow there was still the persistence of the spacious idleness which encompassed us impregnably, beyond which we could not go. The little Chapter 6, Part 2. It was reported at breakfast that we sail tomorrow. The bread was sour, the butter was oil, the sugar was black with flies, the sausages were tinned and very white and dead, and the bacon was all fat, and even the awning could not keep the sun away. March 7th. We got the hatches on number 4 hold. It is reported we sail tomorrow. March 8th. The ship was crowded this night with the boys for our last jollification. We fired rockets and swore enduring friendships with anybody, and many sang different songs together. It is reported that we sail tomorrow. March 9th. It is reported that we sail tomorrow. March 10th. The Capella has come to life. The master is on the bridge, the first mate is on the forecastle head, the second mate is on the poop, and the engineers are below. There are stern and minatory cries, and men who run. At the first slow clanking of the cable we raised wild cheers. The ship's body began to tremble, and there was thunder under her counter. We actually came away from the jetty, where long we had seemed a fixture. We got into midstream, stopped, slowly turned tail on Portobello. There was an old man, Jim, diminished on the distant jetty, waving his hat. Portobello looked strange again. Away we went. We reached the bend of the river and turned the corner. There was the last we shall ever see of Portobello. Gone. The forest unfolding in reverse order seemed brighter, and all would have been quite well, but the fourth engineer came up from his duty and fell insensible. He was very yellow, and the doctor had work to do. Here was the first of our company to succumb to the country. There were but 6 more days of forest. For the old Capella, empty and light as a balloon, the collisions with the floating timber causing muffled thunder in her hollowed body, came down the swift floods of the Madeira and the Amazon rivers, like a Cunarder at 16 knots, as the skipper said. And there on the 6th day was Para again, and the sea near. Our spirits mounted, released from the dead weight of heat and silence. But I was to lose the doctor at Para, for he was then to return to Portobello, having discharged his duty to the Capella's company. The skipper took his wallet, and we went ashore with him, he to his day-long task of clearing his vessel, and we for a final sad excursion. Much later in the day, suspecting an unnameable evil was gathering to my undoing, I called at the agent's office, and found the skipper had returned to the ship, that she was sailing that night, and, the regulations of Para being what they were, it being after 6 in the evening, I could not leave the city till next morning. My haggard and dismayed array of thoughts broke in confusion and left me gibbering, with not one idea for use. Without saying even goodbye to my old comrade, I took to my heels and left him, and that was the last I saw of the doctor. Aha, my staunch support in the long, hot, and empty time at the back of things, where were but trees, bad food, and a jest to brace our souls. If you should see this, how? And no, dear lad, I carried the damnable regulations and a whole row of officials, the Union Jack at the main, firing every gun as I bore down on them. I broke through. Only death could have barred me from my ship and the way home. Next morning we were at sea. We dropped the pilot early and changed our course to the north, bound for Barbados. Though on the line, the difference in the air at sea, after our long enclosure in the rivers of the forest, was keenly felt. And the ship, too, had been so level and quiet, but here she was lively again, full of movements and noises. The bows were at their old difference with the skyline, and the steady wind of the outer was driving over us. Before noon, when I went in to the chief, my crony was flat and moribund with a temperature at 105, and had no interest in his life whatsoever. I had added the apothecary's duties to those of the purser, and here found my first job. Doctor, I gave him lots of grains of quinine, and lots more afterwards, and plenty of calomel when he was at 98 again. Was that all right? The sight of the big and hearty chief, when he was about once more, yellow, insecure, and somewhat shrunken, made us dubious. Yet now we were rolling home. She was breasting down into a creaming smother, the seas were blue, and the world was fresh and wide all the way back. There was one fine night, as we were climbing slowly up the slope of the globe, when we lifted the whole constellation of the Great Bear, the last star of the tail just dipping below the seas, straight over the Capella's bows as she pitched. Then were we assured affairs were rightly ordered, and slept well and contented. Late one afternoon we sighted Barbados. The sea was dark, and the light was golden. The island did not look like land. It was a faint but constant pearl-colored cloud. The empty sky came down to the dark sea and bright walls which had but a bloom of azure. Overhead it was day, but the sea was fluid night. Above the island was a group of cirrus, turned to the setting sun like an audience of intent faces. Near to starboard was a white ship, fully rigged, standing towards the island with royals set, and even a towering main skysail. Tall as she was, she looked but a multiple cloud which had dropped from the sky and had settled on the dark sea, and over it was drifting in a faint air, buoyant but unable to lift. We overhauled that stately ship. She was reflecting the dayfall from the white rounds of her many sails. She was regal, she was paramount in her world, and the sun seemed to be watching her, and shining solely for her illustrious progress. The clarity and peace of it was in us as we leaned against the rail, watching Barbados grow, and watching that exalted ship. "This is all right," said the chief. We were coming to the things we knew and understood. In the island near us were men, quays, and shops. This evening had a familiar and friendly look. Barbados at last! There would be something to eat, too, and we kept talking of that. Do you know what good bread and butter tastes like? Or mealy baked potatoes? Or fruit from which the juice runs when you bite? Or crisp salads? Not you. Not if you haven't lived for long on tinned stuffs, bread which smelt like vinegar, and butter to which a spoon had to be used. To the door of the saloon alley we saw the steward come and begin to swing his bell. "Tee-ho!" said the mate. "Keep it," said the chief. "I know it. Sardines and hash. Not for me. We shall get some grub in the morning. Oranges and bananas, boys. I'm tired of oil. My belt is in by 3 holes. When the sun once touched the sea, it sank visibly like a weight. Night came at once. We passed a winking light, and soon ahead of us in the dark was grouped a multitude of lower stars. That was Bridgetown. Those stars opened and spread round us, showing nothing of the wall of night in which they were fixed. Well, there it was. We could smell the good land. We should see it in the morning. We had really got there. The engine stopped. There was a shout from the steamer's bridge and a thunderous rumbling as the cable ran out, and then remarkable quiet. The old man came sideways down the bridge ladder with a hurricane lamp, and stood with us, striking a light for his cigar. "Here we are, chief," he said. "What about coals in the morning?" The night was hot, and there was no wind, and as we sat yarning on the bunker hatch, another cluster of stars moved in swiftly together, came to a stand near us, and a peremptory gun was fired. That was the British mail steamer. We looked at her with awe. We could see the toffs in evening dress idling in the glow of her electric lights. What a feed they had just finished! But the greatest wonder of the deck was the women in white gowns. We could hear the strange laughter of the women, and listened for it. That was music worth listening to. Our little mob of toughs in turns used the night glasses on those women, and in dead silence. There were some kiddies, too. We were looking at the benign lights of the island and trying to make out what they meant. The sense of our repose, and the touch of those warm and velvet airs, the scent of land, were like the kindness and security of home. "I know this place," drawled Sandy. "I was here once. Before I went into steam I used to come out to the islands when I was a young'un. I made 2 voyages in the Chocolate Girl. She was my first ship. She was a daisy, too. Once we lifted St. Vincent 25 days out of Liverpool. That was going, if you like. If old Wager," he was the old man of the Chocolate Girl, "if he could only get a trip in a ship like this, like an iron street with a factory stack in the middle. But he can't. He's dead. He had the Mignonette, and she went missing among the Bahamas. There's millions of islands in the Bahamas. They're north of this place. You couldn't visit all those islands in a lifetime. If you ask me, some of the islands in these seas are very funny. There's something wrong about a few of them. They're not down in the chart, so I've heard. One day you lived there and you never knew it was there. What's that? Says the old man. Can't make that place out. Then he reckons he's found new land and takes his position. He calls it after his wife and cables home what he's done. The next thing is a gunboat goes there and beats about and lays over the spot, but she don't find no island. The gunboat cables home that the merchant chap was drunk or something, and that he steamed over the spot and got hundreds of fathoms. They're always so clever in the Navy, but I've heard some of these islands are not right. You see one once, and nobody ever sees it again. I knew a man, he was marooned on one of those islands. He sailed with me afterwards on one of the Blue Anchor steamers to Sydney. One time he was on a craft out of Martinique for Cuba. She was a schooner of the islands, and fine vessels they are. You'll see a lot about us in the morning. This man's name was Moffat, Bill Moffat. His schooner had a mulatto for a master, and that Negro was a fool and very superstitious by all accounts. They ran short of water, and it's pretty bad if you fall short of water in these seas. Off the regular routes, there's nothing. You might drift for weeks and see nothing off the track. Then they sighted an island. The mulatto chap pretended he knew all about that island. He said he had been there before, but he was a liar. It was only a little island, like some trees afloat. They came down on it and anchored in 10 fathoms and waited for daylight. Next morning some wind freshened offshore, and Moffat takes a Negro and rows to the beach. There was only a light swell breaking on the coral, and the landing was easy. Moffat told the Negro to stay by the boat while he took a look around. There was a bit of a coral beach, with a pile of high rocks at the ends of it, like pillars each side of a doorstep. What was inside the island Moffat couldn't see, because at the back of the beach was a wood. He said he heard a sound like a bird calling, but he reckoned there wasn't a soul in that place. The schooner was riding just off. He turned and was crunching his way up the coral with the idea of looking for a way inside. He got to the trees, and then heard the Negro shout in a fright. The black beggar was pushing out the boat. He got in it too and began rowing back to the schooner as if somebody was coming after him. Moffat yelled and ran down to the surf, but the Negro kept right on. There was Moffat up to his knees in the water and in a fine state. The boat reached the schooner, and now, thanks Moffat, there'll be trouble. Do you know what happened, though? For a little while, nothing happened. Then they began to haul in her cable. She up-anchored and stood out. That's a fact. Bill told me he felt pretty sick when he saw it. He didn't like the look of it. He watched the schooner turn tail, and soon found more wind and got out of sight past the island, close-hauled. He watched her dance past one of the piles of rocks till there was nothing but empty sea behind the rock. Then his eye caught something moving on the rock. Something moved round it out of sight. He never saw what it was. He wished he had. Well, he had a pretty bad time. He couldn't find anyone on the island, in a manner of speaking. But somebody was always going round a corner or behind a tree. He caught them out of the tail of his eye. He said it was enough to get on a man's nerves, the way that thing always just wasn't there, whatever it was. Curse the goats, Bill used to say to himself. One day, Bill was strolling around, figuring out what he could do to that mulatto when he met him again, and then he found a sea cave. He went in. It was a silly thing to do, because the way in was so low that he had to crawl, but the cave was big enough inside for a music hall. The walls ran up into a vault, and the water came up to the bottom of the walls nearly all around. The water was like a green light. A bright light came up through the water, and the reflections were wriggling all over the rocks, making them seem to shake. The water was like a thick glass full of light. He could see a long way down, but not to the bottom. While he was looking at it, the water heaved up quietly, full 3 feet, and the reflections on the walls faded. Then he saw the hole which he had crawled through was gone. Now, Bill Moffat, you're in a regular mess, he says to himself. He dived for the hole, but he never found that way out, and the funny thing was, he couldn't come to the top again. Bill saw it was a proper case that time, and no more Sundays in Poplar. He was surprised to find that the deeper he went, the thinner the water was. It was thin and clear like electric light. He could see miles there, and down he kept falling till he hit the bottom with a bang. It scared a lot of fishes, and they flew up like birds. He looked to see them go, and there was the sun overhead, only it was like a bright round of green jelly all shaking. Bill found it was dead easy to breathe in water that was no thicker than air, so he got up, brushed the sand off, and looked around. A flock of fishes flew about him, quite friendly and as beautiful as Amazon parrots. A big crab walked ahead, and Bill thought he had better follow the crab. He came to a path which was marked with shells, and at the end of the path he saw the forehalf of a ship upended. While he was looking at it, somebody pushed the curtains from the hatchway and came out, and looked at him. "Good Lord, it's Davy Jones," said Bill to himself. "Hello, Bill," said Davy. "Come in." "Glad to see you, Bill. What a time you've been." Moffat said that Davy wasn't a decent sight, having barnacles all over his face, but he shook hands. "Your hand is quite cold, Bill," said Davy. "Did you lose your soul coming along?" "You nearly did that before, Bill Moffat. You nearly did it that Christmas right off Ushant. I thought you were coming then, but not you. But here you are at last, all right. Come in, come in." Bill went inside with Davy. There was sea junk all over the place. "I find these things very handy, old chap," said Davy to Bill, seeing he was looking at them. "It's good of you to send them down, though I don't like the iron, for it won't stand the climate. See that old hat? It's a Spanish admiral's. I clap it on backwards whenever I want to go ashore." So they sat down and yarned about the old times, though Bill told me that Davy seemed to remember people after everybody else had forgotten them, which was confusing. "Oh, yes," Davy would say. "Old Johnson. Yes, he used to talk of me in a rare way. He was a dog, was Johnson. I've heard him many a time, but he's changed since his ship came downstairs. He's a better man. He's not so funny as he was." Then they had a pipe, and after a bit things began to drag. "Come into the garden, Bill," said Davy. "Come and have a look around." All round the garden Bill noticed the name boards of ships nailed up. Some of the names Bill knew, and some he didn't, being Spanish. "What do you think of my collection?" said Davy. "Ever seen as fine a one? I lay you never have." Then they came to a door. "Come in," said Davy. "This is my locker. Ever heard of my locker?" Bill said it was pretty dark inside, just light enough to see, but there was only miles and miles of crab pots, all set out in rows with a label on each. "What do you think of that lot, Bill?" asked Davy. "I shall have to get larger premises soon." Bill choked a bit, for the place smelt stale and seaweedy. "What's in the crab pots, Davy?" said Bill. "Souls," said Davy. "But there's a lot of trash, though now and then I get a good one. Here now, see this? This is a fine one, though I mustn't tell you where I got it. And people said he hadn't got one, but I knew better, and there it is." But Bill couldn't see anything in the pots. He could only hear a rustling, as if something was rubbing on the wicker, or a twittering. At last Davy came to a new pot. "Do you know who's in this one, Bill?" he said. But Bill couldn't guess. "Well, Bill, it's your soul, and a poorer one I never see. It was hardly worth setting the pot for a soul like that." Then Davy began to shake the pot, and soon got wild. "Here, where the deuce had that soul gone?" he said, and put his ear to the bars. Then he put the pot down and made a rush at Bill to get it back. But Bill jumped backwards, got through the door, ran through the house, grabbed the Admiral's cocked hat and clapped it on backwards. Then he shot out of the water at once, and found himself on the rocks outside the cave, with the cocked hat still on his head. He's kept that hat ever since, and money wouldn't buy it. When I woke the next morning, it was like waking up to a great occasion. The tropical sun was blazing outside. The day seemed of a superior quality. An old negress shuffled by my cabin door, through which was a peep of the town across the harbor, and she had some necklaces of shells strung on one skinny black arm, and carried a basket of oranges on the other. I jumped up and bought all the oranges. A boat came to our gangway and some of us went ashore. I don't know what a man feels like who is released one fine day from imprisonment into the stream of his fellows, but I should think he is a little stunned, and afterwards becomes like a child's balloon on a breeze. The people we had met in the Brazils never laughed, and I myself had always felt that there we had been watched and followed unseen, that something was there, watching us, waiting its time, knowing well it could get us before we escaped. We were at last outside it and free. The anchorage of Bridgetown seemed anarchic, after our level, somber experience, for the sea was a green light, flashing and volatile, with white schooners driving upon it, negroes shouting and laughing over the bulwarks, or frantically hauling on the sheets. The rushing water was crowded with leaping boats, all gaudily painted, and even the sunshine, moving rapidly on quivering white sails and the white hulls buoyantly swinging, was a kind of shaking laughter. Our Negro boatmen sang as they rowed when they were not swearing at other boatmen. The world had got wine in its head. We went to the ice house and bought English beer. Oh, the taste of beer! In the brisk and sunny streets there were English women, cool, dainty, a little haughty, their dresses smelling of new linen, and they were looking in at shop windows. We had got our feet down on home pavements, and the streets had the newness and sparkle of holiday. "Hi, cabby!" He drove us along coral roads under coconut palms, and there were golden hills, hills once more, one way, and on the other hand was a beach glowing like white fire, with a sea beyond of a blue that was ultimate, profound, and as tense and still as rapture. We came to a hotel where there was stiff napery, with creases in it, on a breakfast table. There was a silver coffee pot. There was sweet-smelling and crusty bread, butter and ice, and new milk. There was a heaped plate of fruit. There was a crystal jug filled with cold water and sunshine, and it threw a wavering light on the damask. We had some of everything. We ate for more than an hour, steadily. A man could not have done it alone and without shame. There was one superior lady tourist with grey curls on her cheeks and a face like doom, and she sent for the manager and asked if we were to breakfast there again. She wanted to know. The chief begged me, as the youngest of the party, to go over and kiss her. But I pointed out that, seeing where we had come from and what we had suffered, it was the plain duty of any really dear old soul to come over and kiss us on a morning like that. In the afternoon we were aboard again, waiting for the skipper to return with the new orders. To what part of the world would the power in Leadenhall Street now consign us? Sandy thought New Orleans, but we could rule that out, for there was no cotton just then. Pensacola was more likely, the chief said, with a deck cargo of lumber for Hamburg. That guess made the crowd glum. Winter in the Atlantic, she rolling her heart out, and the timber that was level with the engine-room casing groaning and straining at every roll. To dwell on that prospect was to feel a cold draught out of the valley of shadows. 2 Negro boys were overside diving for coins. You threw a coin, Brazil's nickel muck, a handful worth nothing, and it went below oscillating, as though sentiently dodging the contorted and convulsive figure of the boy diving after it. The transparency of the fathoms was that of a denser air. When the sea was still, at the slack of the tides, this tropic anchorage was not like water. You did not look upon it, but into it, being hardly aware of its surface. It was surprising to see our massive iron plates stand upright in it. We were still an ugly black bulk, as we were on the ditchwater of Swansea, but our sea wagon had lost its look of squat heaviness. Even our iron ship was transmuted, such was the lift and radiance of Barbados and its sea, into the buoyancy of the unsubstantial stuff of that scene about us, the low hills of greenish gold so delicate under the sky of malachite blue that you doubted whether mortals could walk there. Bridgetown was between those hills and the sea, a cluster of white cubes with inconsequential touches of scarlet, orange, and emerald. Beneath our keel was a boy who might have been flying there. On one side of the town was a belt of coral beach. It was afire, and the palms above the beach, with their secretive villas, and the green gold hills beyond, floated on that white glow. The sea below the beach was an incandescent green. It might have been burning through contact with the land. Then the sea spread down to us in areas of opaque violet and blue, till the neighborhood of the ship became transparent and was but a denser atmosphere. You, in the hard and bitter north, on the exposed summit of the world where Polaris glitters on the forehead of a frozen god, hardly know what young and luscious stuff this earth is, where the constant sun and tepid rains and salt air have preserved its bloom and flush of abounding life. There came the skipper's boat, he and his shore-going white ducks and Panama hat in the stern sheets, his wallet in his hand. He knew that we all looked at him with assumed indifference when he stepped among us on the deck. That was his time to show he was the ship's master. He feigned that we were not there. He turned to the chief mate. "All ready, Mr. Brown?" "All ready, sir." Then the master walked slowly, knowing our eyes were on his back, to his place aft, first going in to speak to the chief. The chief came out some minutes after. "Tampa, boys," said he. "Florida for phosphate, and then home." That evening we were on our way and turned inwards through the lines of the Caribbees, passing between the islands of St. Lucia and St. Vincent, high purple masses of rock, St. Lucia's mass ascending into cones. The skipper had been to most of the West Indian islands, and remembered them, while I listened. We stood at the chart-room door, watching the islands across the evening seas. The sun, just above the sharply dark rim of ocean, touched the sea and sank. A thin paring of silver moon had the sky to itself. I went into the chart-room, and the old man who, grim and sour as you might think him, mellows into confidential friendliness when he has you to himself, spread his charts of the Spanish Main under the yellow lamp, which was a slow pendulum as she rolled, and he put his spectacles on his lean brown face, talked of unfrequented cays, and of the Negro Islands, and debated which route we should take. The fourth morning at breakfast time was a burning day, with a sky almost cloudless, and a slow sea which had the surface of its rich blue deeps shot with turquoise lights, while fields of saffron gulfweed stained it, and we had, close over our port bow, the most beautiful island in the world. It is useless to deny it, and to declare you know a better island. Can't I see Jamaica now? I see it most plain. It descends abruptly from the meridian, pinnacles and escarpments trembling in the upper air with distance and delicate poise, and comes down in rolling forests and steep verdant slopes, where facets of bare rock glitter, to more leisurely open glades and knolls, and then, being not far from the sea, drops in sheer cliffs to where the whitecombers pulse. It is a jewel which smells like a flower. The Capella went close till Point Antonio under the blue mountains was plain, and though I could see the few scattered houses, I could not see the narrow ledges where man could stand in such a deep land. We crawled over the blue floor in which that sea mountain is set, and cruised along, feeling very small, under the various and towering shape. For long I watched it, declaring continually that some day I must return, and that is the greatest compliment a traveler on his way home can pay to any spot on earth. It faded as we drew northwards. Overseas to the north was a long, low stratum of permanent cloud, and beneath it was the faint presentiment of Cuba. Still we were in the spell of the very halcyon weather of old tales, with the world our own, though this day there was a great rain-burst, and the Capella was lost in falling water, her siren blaring. We neared the Cuban coast by the Isle of Pines, a pallid desert shore, apparently treeless and parched. The next morning we came to the western cape of the island, rounding it in company with a white island schooner, its crew of toughs watching us from her shadeless deck, and changed our course almost due north. Now we were in the Gulf of Mexico, and soon upset its notoriously uncertain temper, for a norther met us and piped till it was a full gale, end on, and it kicked up a nasty sea which flung about the empty Capella like a bandbox. There was a night of it. Towards morning it eased up, and I woke to a serene sunrise, and found we were in the pale green water of coral soundings, with the Floridian pilot even then standing in to us, his tug bearing centrally on its bridge a gilded eagle with rampant wings. In a little while we were fast to the quarantine quay at Mullet Island, detained as a yellow fever suspect. The medical officers boarded us, ranged amidships the Capella's crown from the master down, and put in the mouth of each of us a thermometer, and so for a time we stood ridiculously smoking glass cigarettes. One stoker was put aside, for he had a temperature. Then into the cabins, and the saloon, and the forecastle, and into the holds, were put gallipots of burning sulphur, and the doors were closed. We became a great and dreadful stench, and I went ashore. There was a deserted beach of comminuted shells, its glare as bright as snow in sunshine. It was littered with the relics of old wrecks, with sea rubbish and the carapaces of crabs. Beyond the beach was a calcareous desert, with a scrub of palmetto and evergreen, and patches of flowing coreopsis and blue squills. Hidden by the scrub were shallow lagoons. It was hard to tell the sea from the land in warm and aqueous Florida, for sea and land so invade each other's dominions. Water and land were asleep in the sun. I was alone in the island, and sat in a decaying boat by the shore of a lagoon where nothing moved but little crabs playing hide-and-seek in the moist crevices of the boat, and the pelicans which sat round the interminable flat shores. Sometimes the pelicans woke and yawned, and fanned the heat with great slow wings. In the early afternoon we were allowed to proceed to Tampa, which we reached in 3 hours, and there we came once more to the press of the busy and indifferent world. The muddle of roofs and steeples of a great city were about us, and men met us and talked to us, but they had no leisure for interest in the wonders of the strange land from which we had come, and would not have cared if afterwards we were going to Gehenna. We made fast under a new structure of timber and iron, which was something between a flour mill and the Tower of Babel, for it was wan and powdered and full of strange noises, and it had a habit of eating, in a mechanical way, an interminable length of railway trucks, wagon after wagon, one every minute. A great weariness and yearning filled me that night. The strangulating fumes of the sulphur clung to all the cabin, and puffed in clouds from the pillow when I changed sides, for the wagons clanked and banged till daylight. I sat up and beat my breast, and swore I would leave her and go home. The next morning that inexplicable structure beside us began from many mouths to vomit floods of powdered phosphate into us, and the Capella, in and out, turned pale through an almost impalpable dust. Everybody took bronchitis and cursed Tampa and its phosphate. I spoke to the skipper and the chief about it, and they agreed that nobody would stop with her now who could leave her, but that yet I was no pal to desert them. What about them? They had yet to see her safe across the most ruthless of seas, at a time when its temper would be at its worst. And what about them? Though they admitted that, were they in my case, they would certainly take the train to New York, and catch there the fastest steamer for England. "Then come with me to the British consul like an honest man," said I to the captain, "and get me off your articles." The 3 of us left her, I for the last time. I turned upon the Capella, and the boys stood leaning on her taffrail watching me, and I am not going to put down here what I felt, nor what the lads cried to me, nor what I said when I stood beneath her counter and called up to them. We came to a corner by a warehouse, and I turned to look upon the Capella for the last time. Tampa, the noisy city about us, was rawly new, most of its site but lately a shallow lagoon, and one of its natives, the ship's agent who was